I'm not gonna talk about it. And Walker comes out in a week. That is terrifying. And I did say I was gonna be able to take care of the patch quests within like a weekend. And I guess I would make good on that promise. But I will be cutting it close. I didn't actually want to cut it this close. I actually wanted to do this stream last week. When Unwalker should have launched. But I decided, stupidly, that I was gonna actually wait for Patrick, hoping that Patrick would catch up to the streams in time. Clearly, obviously, he didn't, for one, and for two, that was foolish of me to think. But, regardless, Endwalker comes out in a week, and, next week's gonna be pretty busy for me anyways. It's gonna be a nightmare for me, actually, fuck. But, I guess we'll just, excuse me. We'll just power on through this. New Game Plus. We are on Shadowbringers Part 3. Holy fuck. I am able to do this within a weekend, but please, I hope this doesn't take us a lot of time, or as much time as the main story of Shadowbringers, because fuck. It took a while. Part 2 alone was like 13, 14, no, it was 15 hours long, because we had a 12-hour stream, and yeah. Anyways, let's go. Shaken resolve. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time. I am too. Somnus! Gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill. More than my fill. Well, you certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Erosian Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire shows no signs of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me one more time about your time at the First. Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Philomene to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you at the terrace on the House of Splendors. Well, let's go. I also probably shouldn't lie when I say that part of the reason why the delay is because Halo Infinite came out last week. And I sorta kinda played like 19 hours of it. I didn't think I had it in me, I'll be honest, to play that much of Halo Infinite, but I did, somehow. Well, not somehow. There's people out there who've, like, not played anything else, but, like, that's a lot for me to play a shooter, because most of those hours is actually by myself as well. So definitely a long time for me to play a shooter. But the game's fun. At least. This is a Final Fantasy stream, so I'm playing Final Fantasy now. Somnus, it's been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot well express how I've longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Rin. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Somnus, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the First? To tell Rin what I cannot. To tell her thank you. And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Riol! I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nay, I have not had a peep out of him. It's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But would they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now the fighting's died down. Gods, now there's been enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Anyway, I just thought I'd let you know. Now, I best be... Ah! I nearly forgot. Cryo's at the stone, so she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. We'd best head back. I'm sure it's important. Another reason why for the delay. I know a lot of reasons why I delayed. Another reason why I delayed is Streamlabs is a shitty ass company. I had heard the news and I was like, wow, okay, all right. It literally doesn't affect me whether or not I do still use it. But I decided I would switch off of it anyway. So I'm morning stream elements now. Which is quite frankly a lot better actually, because I can manage a lot of things off of the website. Like I can actually do it in OBS itself, which is very neat. Of course, the downside is that I had to learn a lot of things again when it comes to streaming, but it wasn't that much. Do have a bot now though. The Stream Elements bot. Don't know what to really do with it. It does have commands, but yeah. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad. Ah, voice cutscene, finally. Oy.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
But where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Alright. The mission is clear. Actually, I kind of fucked up here. Because, before this patch that we're doing right now, if we were to have talked with Gratia, with the Exarch, because the quest reward for Shadowbringers, the Shadowbringers quest, is actually a little Gratia minion. Like, find the little, there he is. This is for 5.3. But yeah. In order to fund the expedition of the Circus Trench, Tataru crafted the series of automaton, modeled from a certain Archon, the tales of whom she heard from remembrance. Before this patch, you could actually show this minion to Gratia and would have an interesting dialogue and interesting conversation about it. Or not, there's another opportunity because we can show him the other minion, this one, the Wind Up Mistle one. We could show him that one later on. After 5.3, I want to say, so in part 4. So it wouldn't be the last, unless he opens up the dialogue box. No, he doesn't. Okay. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you return to the hope of that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Cryo and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But we cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. Fuck.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
And now we have a grand adventure. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me at the Sun, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Alright, and give me a moment. I'm going to adjust my seat for just a bit. Should be good now. Let's go. Come on. I thought the Aetheryte's gonna be right next to me when I exited. Sole reason why I didn't teleport. Wow. It's quite beautiful in Lakeland today, actually, right now. Very pretty. Saw a meme earlier, I don't quite remember it. I don't know if I posted it anywhere. It was essentially like, the sky during like, the sky during like while you're at like a sightseeing vista versus the sky when you're in a fucking grocery store. And like the difference between the two is that like when you're at the vista, the sky is like a boring, just all blue. I mean, like it's neat, but like when you're at the fucking grocery store, it looks something like this. Oh, that's a sudden change in music. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but we are not here to petition. Are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into the creations. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge. And there's little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of the cat, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we could seize their interests, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapon strong it is. Well, I must say, Exo, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the fun of fighting alongside you, all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits. If you ask me, not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Somnus is around. What exactly are you implying? He averted a calamity, the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. So natural that he's pleased to see him. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we're finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. Alright, let's form our party here.
Very well.
That the Crystal Exarch come with us, since it's a grand adventure. Hold up. Let me actually check if I have cutscenes skipped. Yes, I do. Boom. There we go. Not making a mistake again. We'll be watching the establishing shot, even if it is just an establishing shot of the dungeon. Should you value your lives, you will quit this place at once. Now be gone with you. I actually really like this dungeon a lot, but it's been tainted for me because fucking like back when this was content, this was constantly in a rotation because the expert dungeon roulette rotation is only 2 dungeons now. So you either got this one or Amarat, I believe. So, quite frustrating to do this constantly. From age of sleep, I bid thee rise. Okay. By the way, Exarch said, well, we're off to a fine start, and we're still a response, perhaps, but how long will good fortune hold remains to be seen. Also, I forgot, this is how they act. They only single target. Another thing, I was wrong about the Crystal Exarch being the best NPC. I mean, he's better than most of the other AI still, but like as he is right now, but there's a different NPC later on that is better than him. It's a different NPC. Because I was wrong that Garcia like spams holy and whatnot. I don't think he does. I don't think that's all right. Or at least it doesn't seem like he does. Bring them unto a swift demise. So one reason why I love this dungeon so much is it's straight up just like Vobert, like we already knew, is like basically just this world's equivalent to Ishgard. But especially interesting about this in particular is that it's so different from the architecture of Ishgard. It's so distinctly of the same sort of similar style. Or not style, but like kind of like pseudo-European sort of palace structure as opposed to the castle structures of Ishgard. Yeah, again, like when we were in Ilmeg, it gives you an idea of what Curthus was like before the Calamity. Magic brooms. How nostalgic. That's what Yustola said. Which makes sense because Master Matoya's cave. Full of blades to run them through. I probably should have used Blackest Night there, actually. As you can see, the Crystal Exarch is right back there. Clearly, he's not casting Holy. He's not a level 40 Conjurer yet. Unfortunately. But I can't blame the guy too much because he is an all-rounder. So.
Away with you!
I am not really playing the best Dark Knight right now, actually. I mean, cut me some slack, I'm used to doing big pulls of this dungeon. Very used to it. Considering how gargantuan these things are, I was afraid to do the double pull there. I remember back when Shadowbringers was released, people were afraid that that we wouldn't be able to big pull as much because of the changes to healing and tanking as well. And I think it, like back then, it kind of seemed like Square Enix was like, big pulls are bad, which angered a lot of people. I feel like they were more, excuse me, fuck, voice crack. I feel like they were more on the side of like, oh, like big pulls are fine, but like the dealer has to be comfortable with it or something like that. I don't know. Oh dear, they don't seem inclined to talk. What was your idea to brandish blades at the door? Yep. I mean, max pulls are just double pulls anyways, in Shadowbringers dungeons. I believe, at least. I think they were more so encouraging smaller pulls, not for the sake of the player base, because we still big pull. Not only are we still able to, but we have been for a while. No, I think it's for the sake of the AI, actually. These are, the trust NPCs, kinda suck at their jobs, so... And in general, it's a lot slower, right?
I'm with you. The time has come.
Oh, fucking... Ratia's voice there freaked me out a little bit. I was just like, I'm not in voice chat right now, am I?
The time has come.
In the words of a, wise man. We need to change our coordinates. There we go.
I will not hold back.
If you get in the Broom's way, you get a vulnerability stack debuff. It started to hurt a lot, so I want to avoid that as much as possible.
The time has come. The time has come.
Neat
If I
thing is
must.
that the NPCs, I've mentioned before, but they will do every mechanic flawlessly. For the most part. I mean, if they're already doing damage beforehand, it will depending on their area, they will prioritize different things. But, in general, they will execute every mechanic
You
flawlessly.
underestimate me.
The time
Let's
has
give them a show.
Partly just by stalling damage. In order to do that. But I just saw there, oh, he's like, wait! Exarch does have Holy! He just casted it right there! The fuck? Why wasn't he using it before? Is it on cooldown for him?
I will not hold back.
Theo, what's wrong with you? Holy's not a cooldown move. It's on the GCD. Well, now that I have that revelation that he casts Holy, I'm gonna start big pulling now. That'll do it. Come on. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Come on. Get in here. I mean, I guess he is prioritizing healing me over all else, but still. I think that was it right there. Yeah, that was it. Okay, is he gonna do it again ever? Yeah, he is. That's the animation right there. Wait, no, that was down. Yeah, the fun part about that pull is that the enemies eventually kill themselves with their bombs. So. Oh, he did it again! There he is! I guess it is a cooldown for him, I guess. Either that or he just has a weird priority with it. Which, in all fairness, I think he does have a weird priority with it. I think he prioritizes healing the Warrior of Light more than anything else, actually. Which makes sense. Like, overdoing damage, even. Doesn't help. I still want a little help here, but, I actually just realized that I probably shouldn't be double pulling. Because, funny thing, the faster you go, the slower the NPCs eventually are, because they don't do AoE damage. So the more you pull, the more time you waste just trying to pull. Because you're not even gonna prioritize the majority of the enemies. Unless you're really confident in your big DPS. Which somehow I am.
If I must.
How did everybody else get damaged here? Oh, AoEs probably. Huh. Inconsistent. My conclusion is that the Exarch uses Holy inconsistently, but I do believe he prioritizes your health, so... I think he actually spaces it out, actually, which would make sense. They certainly have a gift for creating familiars, if only there were not so many. Yeah, I believe, yeah, it might be that he's spacing out his Holies, because Holy has a stun effect that doesn't actually work after a while, because enemies can become resistant to stun after a while. I think that's the tank buster. Ow, that was, okay. Good to know.
I will not hold back.
This one's annoying because you can, there's a point where you can accidentally grab an NPC. So I'm a tank, so, you know, whichever seed I get is pretty obvious. By the way, if the seeds sprout on, missed it again. If the seeds sprout on the grass, they become enemies that we have to deal with. So we have to move them out of the grass. It's annoying because the NPCs can because they have a scripted seed that they always pick up and put down, and it could be whatever one you're trying to go for. It's just like the tethers on Meg, the growth stacks, just like that. It's a lot easier on tank, because it's pretty obvious which one the tank's supposed to get most of the time. But you see, this one will push the seeds, so you have to put them in a place where they wouldn't be pushed into grass.
Time has come.
I have to make sure that one didn't actually get pushed into the grass. The NPCs also have a specific area to go to here as well. This boss fight is actually going at an astounding pace, actually. Almost an astounding pace is actually a lot higher than I expected it to be. This is like player speed right now. Actually, am I level synced? Or not level synced, I level synced? Because if my item level is synced, then I don't think it is. Okay, that explains it. Because so the item level damage curve is fucking insane. Level 80 with the levered gear will probably a level 80 Dark Knight with the levered Shadowbringer gear or whatever. I think they would do an average of like 7 to 8k DPS, right? With the gear I have on right now, Dark Knights do like 12k. So it might have something to do with my item level, especially since I don't think it's synced. Did it say that my item level synced at the beginning? Actually, let me look. Oh wait, no, never mind. My item level synced to 470. Okay, then whatever is happening, it's working. I don't know what's happening, but it's working. It's just that the NPCs are overly powerful. I know that their normal spells and skills do way more damage than the player equivalency. Just by virtue of how frequent they actually do the spells. Like for example, like Y'shtola's flare does a shit ton more damage than our flare. Just because Y'shtola doesn't cast flare as much in her rotation. In the case that she, like, you know, moves away or whatnot. And it balances out her lack of an actual AoE rotation as well. And that's just an example as well. So it could be that, just the NPCs just have a lot more opportunities to attack, and they're not AFKing as much in that fight. It could be that I have a horrible experience with horrible DPS on that fight. Or it could just be that it's been a long time as well. Because it has been a while since I've done this dungeon. This dungeon came out almost exactly 2 years ago, actually. Holy shit. Also, ow. These guys do a lot more damage than I remember. These guys right here, kind of the equivalent of the Heaven's Ward in this world. Kind of. It's a stretch. I mean, they're definitely not knights, they're definitely not like the Temple Knights equivalent. Because we see what the equivalent of the Temple Knights is in, the tank role quests for Shadowbringers, so... God damn! Yeah,
I will not hold back!
Yeah, the NPCs do a shit ton of damage compared to player equivalents. By the King's judgment, see them fall. This will be the equivalent of Ford and others. Actually, we should probably get rid of Sir Hammond first, actually. Because, this one's a healer, and we need to fuck him up. Fortunately, though, I think they're actually focusing on Lord Fulfil. So... I think at least, I don't know. Oh no, they're definitely focusing on, Hammond now. I know that my FC leader cannot pronounce any of these names at all, by the way. So she calls the guy Sir Hammy. Which...
If I must.
What's especially is adorable when you consider that she calls him that name, like, all the time. So much so that she even calls him that in text chat, even though she could clearly just copy and paste his name. It'll still take a while to get. Like, you see that lag between LEJ's spells there. After the dual cast. I think she's trying to let a auto attack in. Or something. because she is very much more melee focused than our red mage. So. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus! Our guests will yet want for company. Do they have special dialogue? Let's hear it. I do believe we now have not only their curiosity, but their attention as well. And we best not waste it. Alright, let's go. Scorching left. That will be his left side, we have to go his right side. I had a thought before. I wanted to say something. Oh yeah, right, just, come out in the crossfire. These furnishings are important to keep alive, by the way. Except for now. So basically what happens is, he's gonna fire flames at us that we have to, stack onto one of the furniture to get rid of him. Spread the flames onto that so we don't get burned ourselves. It's good to get the piano out of the way, actually. I always want to go for the piano, but it's actually good to get that out of the way because then we won't have to go through as many hurdles. Because the crosses at least that showed up before, actually very detrimental. Because if those cross with a piece of furniture, then that furniture is burned. So we have to make sure that. We also have to make sure that that fire slash doesn't cross with a piece of furniture as well. We still have plenty, I think, and he's going to spawn more later. But doesn't mean we don't have to be careful. Because I've run into situations before where we don't have enough furnishings to put out to spread our flames. This is not with NPC parties, by the way. This was always with player parties. None of them are going through the chandelier. You also better not get to what the NPCs are always going to be pre-programmed to get. And I think there's a large array of what they actually will spread their flames onto. But so then, there's a lot of combinations of possibilities, just in case the player fucks up in some way. But still gotta be careful. We're also really careful about this mechanic as well. Understandably so.
I will not hold
I
back.
fucked it up, but still. I actually wonder if that was magic damage or physical damage.
The time has come.
You wouldn't wonder that. Okay, they can use a limit break now. Come on, you were so trigger happy with the limit break before. Why aren't you using it now? There you go. Nope, never mind. I guess, it want to prioritize this, which makes sense, sure. So. Who was actually casting the limit break, actually? Was that Yustola or Alize? I think it was Alize. I saw Yustola had a cast bar, but I heard Alize's voice line. Okay, if you couldn't do it before, you could definitely do it now. I don't even know what killed him there, I'll be honest. I think it was Yustola using Xenoglossy or something like that. Not sure. Alphina's gonna run up. Alphina's gonna run up. Where's Alphina? There he is!
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
Really?
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Oh, Alphino, you sly bitch. Is that a step too far?
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
Oh. No.
Oh. Very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Alright. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Beck-Lug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating them. I have ever sought to convince, not to compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Ryonjay shared his knowledge of the Numel with us. Had he not, Beck-Lug wouldn't be here. Speaking of him, we should hurry. To see our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. You may now enter the Grand Cosmos with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu. We mustn't dally any longer, Summers. If Beck-Lug gets to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. I'm going to actually AFK just a little bit and grab something. Alright. To the ocular.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own, and your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of FFXIV and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
You have spun quite a tale. But tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Auracite, you say? An intriguing proposition. But one fails to account the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there could be no telling what may happen to their souls within the Auracite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to the transference? In theory, yes, but a soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds will ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's End, corrupted by the sinews, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not. But I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then we'll be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests at the inn, I will assist Irianjay in creating the requisite oversight. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beklug as necessary? Let's make for Amarang then. Here it is. Right. So this is Howlick, is it? Yes, his ether balance seems perilously towards the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Howlick was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After such refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Orbit. Then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Soul tonic. There you go. Todd stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic has had no effect. Splash. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Well, I mean, it has a 66.6% success rate, so. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared, then. 'Tis true that the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. The incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Ulrich, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence. The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten the recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance in your own predicament. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the royal court of Velbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. At least the Warriors of Light brought those responsible to justice. Aye, that they did. I shudder to think that what might have happened had they not. That option wouldn't have been available to you if you didn't do the tank role quests, by the way, so... I don't think, at least. Because you wouldn't have known that they did that, so... Or maybe. I don't know. But let us return to the task at hand. Finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics they will ultimately employ. We're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan. Don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever regents must be procured or spells invoked, they'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters, the finest of glaze, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will simply be enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmig, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're at it, seek out the new mill of Plani. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? Those would be the scavengers of Mortsuk. Or I could ask the miners twine. I don't know, which one was... Do I want to meet with the kobolds again, or do I want to meet with miners? I could ask the miners at Twine. Ah yes! They will be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Twine. There it is. Oh, he's not in the bar. I was totally expecting him to be in the bar. Neat. Character development. Somnus! What a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the tiles and trolley you took back to Nabafarang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a spare of the leftover building materials from Dato's stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai is. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas that I had for putting the giant talons to work. Like a giant trolley! But Aga still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're still entitled to your dreams, Yak. But that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. As if he tells me Somnus here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? Clay, the finest. I see. And this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, I see no further. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biran mines to make adobe bricks. The place is storming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. Cloudy. There's an overcast sky. So this actually looks a lot like what it looks like outside right now, where the grass is. Clay. I don't see any coyotes around here. What is this about coyotes? Yeah, not a single coyote anywhere around here. I mean, there is but a single coyote around here. Never mind, two singular coyotes, but they're singular nonetheless. Fuck. What happened? Oh. Sorry, I had to check a message. Let's see. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it? Oh, I should have probably talked to him to see how it went, actually. Wonderful! We need but combine the clay and the water. Then heat the mixture with the Fane Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Beklug, I have a question. In the event that we had need of a spell and you aren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Ulrich and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do just that, I would be the one to invoke it. Yep, you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, could drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvent more dedicated to finding a cure. Is it not so, Sons? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all for Heinrich, for Tesleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
As you will plainly see.
There we are. How's that?
The artist gene was clearly inherited by only one twin, not the other.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yeah. Oh, for no. You're about to get a bitch smack.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
A grotesque parody of reality.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
I love this name, by the way, that she chooses for the Porksy.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother, I...
Alright, the Final Fantasy VIII fan in me is going fucking bonkers that this thing's name is Angelo, because that's Renella's dog's name in 8. And I believe it's actually a recurring name from multiple different pet names throughout the Final Fantasy series as well, so... But I mostly know Angelo as Renella's dog, so... Neat. How is he, Luke? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to us all. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Ulrich. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the Invoker. What you may have not realized is that it is the same, that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to finish put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling a safe transport back to the source via your site. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Beckluke said that when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of those tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gaboo. Exactly! His condition is uncannily similar to Henrik's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who's this Gaboo fellow of whom you speak? A friend from the source. I see, his condition does sound similar, yet there's much and more about the soul that remains unknown to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is a delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course, there's and as long as there is help for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angela and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Xerium with Beklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you the rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. We'll just return to the Xerium then. Finally, I found you! Kaishir! What are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing a whole lot. Near enough begged me to come find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything to do for you to do. Thank you, Beklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore is at stake. Lady Chai's up at the pond. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Okay. Let's go to Yulmore. Funnily enough, despite them saying the word Yulmore many times throughout the story, our FC leader still can't pronounce it, even though it's basically just Europe, but Yulmore instead of up. Yeah, it's funny. Well, not here seems to be out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off to the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Let's see. Outside, or like outside as in like on the... Okay, it's outside as in like on the raft. On the catwalk or whatever this area is. Not like outside as in like down in the derelicts. Outside.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Excuse me.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
There we go. There's off now. Makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if we have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate, to compare notes later on. Master Chai? Why yes, I spoke with him recently, but though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. He had heard about Gilmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Valfrey's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no thinking for money, it's little wonder our businesses here were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Gilmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Your exchange with Moen has taught you about the stagnant state of business in Gilmore. Where did I get the scrap of paper to write down that note? And it is a note, a hastily written note, which reads, Boutique of Splendors, willing to work with Master Chai to rebuild businesses. So, clearly, I just apparated a fucking pen and paper out of nowhere. There's a lot of notes that your character takes, and there's only been like a couple of explanations for where the fuck you got that paper. And it's not a notebook either. It would probably say it's a notebook as opposed to a scrap of paper. So it's not our character doesn't keep a notebook. If I were a scholar or summoner, then that would make sense, right? You have a book at all times as a weapon, but still. Oh hey, hooray for androgyny. I don't know how to voice you. Looking for Master Chai, aren't you? There's something amiss. When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valkyrie, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yilmor, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note he parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Your exchange with Cornen? I don't even know. Let's talk to you about the perilous state of Yilmor's defenses. How many people right now think he's just straight up ran away, by the way? I want to know. I don't have Patrick or Stas here anymore, so I can't get that live feedback that I so desperately need, but yeah. I recall a man fitting that description. Asks to speak with poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down at the derelicts, and you could be sure he gave him an info. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can to scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. Folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself, something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him. Well, not content with having his ear chewed about derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. But it looked like he was heading for Gate Town when I last saw him. Your exchange with Hatton Bay has taught you about the poor living conditions of Kalusia's downtrodden. No mounts. Boo. Hello. Goodbye. I wonder if the Ray in this world I don't know what the sub-races would be named. I'm just gonna say Rain. I wonder where they came from in this world. Probably from somewhere foreign to Norvant, like in the source. We know that the Zaeladron are native to the Kingdom of Herbert, so. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Let's see. Note concerning the state of business in Yilmor. I don't know if he can read my handwriting, actually. I might as well just say it. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yilmor, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yilmor, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yilmor, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Somnus, if you would go to make inquiries in Right, I would likewise do so in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishida. Fair enough. where shall we meet when we finished? Well, top rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon them. By then, if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Look, Mount Golg is still up there. The Halo Ring and all that. I mean, the Exarch did say that, like, after many, many years, Mount Golg will fall, and the Talos holding it up will be, like, faded and shit like that. And it's just like, okay, alright. But that's gonna be, like, many years from now, huh? Hello. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but it was a rather dapper-looking mystical gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to ask about relations between Wright and Yilmar, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and a chance of lavish life among the free. And Volfrey fought to take even more from us, conscripting a few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Volfrey's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yilmar in his absence. That's what I told your friend, Chinese, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, but because he left soon after, and that was that. The top rung we go. Whee! So it's also important to note that the music of Kuzia, I forgot that the last time we were in Kuzia, we didn't really have different music. We had the sort of Shadowbringers, like, hype theme playing throughout the entirety of the top side. It has different music now. Of course it would have different night music, but it has different daytime music as well. It sounds happier. It's not daytime right now. It won't be for a while, but yeah. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Q-Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishia and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Galicia. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Oh, yikes. I just checked my email. I have like 37 emails. They're all Black Friday shit, but still. Okay. I kind of wanted to do something for Black Friday today. Like, just in my own personal life, but like... Would've been too late to plan for anything, and I would feel dead, so... Besides, I wanted to finish this up anyways, so... Oh, where are humans? Ah, here he is! The man himself! Yo! Somnus, Alphino, Kaishir! What are you doing here? We might ask you the same thing, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims he disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What the blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Mr. Chai, but since we're here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Clusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, I would not have the right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it's worth, we will vouch for you, should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything! You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it to Yilmore. But that dream's gone now, burst like a bubble, or boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do for myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up in Mount Gorg, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You're going to steer Yilmore into a better future, I know it. And I want to help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yilmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I am here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who's this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Oh, was. I was scared. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Volfrey's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yilmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those in here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristor then. As you recall, I made rather a favorable impression of him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend, and you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask about after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Volfrey gone, Yilmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yilmore together. And that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated here and there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Why not, Master Chai? I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yilmore, and I would not see you suffer for Volfrey's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon will be rather uncompromising in his principles. You see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yilmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on your city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, and the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. Resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, even a maybe. That is a difficult bottle. Anyway. I forget everything can aggro me here in Shadowbringers areas. You!
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Forthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Forthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vor-3. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office. You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Oh, God. Oh, no, I missed it. So, there was a fate. There's a fate that shows up every now and then during inclement weather, at nighttime. I think, I don't know, very specific times, very, very specific. It's a giant frog robot, and if you kill it enough times, you get a frog robot mount and frog suit and everything like that. And I just missed it in that cutscene, I think, because there were people in Shout Chat talking about it. Is it still going on, actually? It might still be going on, actually. Has it actually started yet? Because I don't think it actually has started yet. I might actually... Let me go and check. The approximate area should be around here, maybe, but... For one, I don't actually see it, and for two... Nobody's really talked about it. I mean, if it hasn't happened yet, I fucking want to do it, because, the rewards from that are pretty good. I think it's over around this area. I might have missed it, though. I really might have missed it. And it's not right here. Or maybe it is? Oh, there it is. Okay, right. Oh, because... Whatever, okay. Alright, let's fight this. Let's do this instead, for now. So this is formidable. It is a giant robot that spawns very rarely, that, we fight. It is a world boss. It is a hunt. And to kill this thing, or once we kill this thing, once we kill this thing, then we get shit. But I think the issue right now is that there's so many people here. It's a long fight. I guess. I don't know. I've only fought this thing like twice. It's a big fight though. Like, this is a legit boss fight, so. I thought I missed it because it didn't show up on the map. And I guess it just doesn't. But neat. Yeah, we'll be doing this for just a little bit, and then we'll go back to Big Game Plus. It's just pretty short, actually. They're not short, but it's not that much of a detour. Oh, that's a problem. I forgot he does that. Yeah, you're forced to, you're forced to dodge AoEs within under him. Because if you go away from him, he pulls you in. There's gonna be a lot of this, a lot of rezzing. It's gonna happen. I could just return as well. But I really am hopeful someone will res me. In fact, I already feel someone targeting me. There we go. I got rezzed by Majora's Mask. Okay. Firstly, I need to get my chocobo out so it can heal me. Secondly, I should probably join a party. Best to do this in a party after all. Oh yikes. Then you can pump the heals. Barrage fire. Don't quite know what the mechanic rotation for this fight is. But you want to be under him, contrary to what it may look like. It may look as though you need to stay as far away from him as possible, but in actuality, you have to be under him almost all times. He'll force you under him anyways. It's a cool fight. This is a weird arena to fight in. He does do insta-kills though, very regularly. As you can clearly see here. Everybody's stay within this ring, but also avoid the AoEs. Push back and almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. 1%. Less than 1%. 3, 2, 1. We got it. And I hope I got a gold on that. Neat. I got a gold on that. So that gives me the maximum amount of these cogs. Now these are the items that I need to turn in to Yulmore to get like frog shit, frog mount and whatnot. Anyways, that was cool. That was neat. That was probably one of the last formidable spawns that's ever gonna happen before Endwalker. And indeed one of the last ones that people are actually gonna do as well, because typically when a new expansion launches, all the old hunts from the previous expansion get abandoned. So I mean, obviously, but still. That was a nice, neat little detour. It didn't take too long, hopefully. Because this is a big chapter, actually. The end of Shadowbringers, Part 3. Like, this is the proper end to the Shadowbringers story. I should have mentioned that earlier. But yeah. Right, then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You would seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is most pressing. Ah, yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issues of supply, and another, that of production. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. That would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of all that by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. You would ask them to rebuild. You must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Randon. And one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people would starve before their plans were to be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I am quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of a long-abandoned Talos, which wander the wilds of Clusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, if memory serves. The tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. So yeah, his plan is to take these defective Taluses that have been just enemy units before. Units. God damn it! I've been playing too much. Actually, I don't even know what I've been playing to make me say they're units. Anyways, those things that were enemy mobs before, he's going to take and use them in production. So. To seize the means of production. So. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with dastardly potent insulating powder, capable of halting the flow of ether in the Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple matter, a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yelmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I've said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai! Even if the Talos aren't a threat, there's 101 more other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishia, but Rendon has tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say to be a thought that doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my own legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear! Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishia says, these lands are dangerous, and if one is not careful, I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that would get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good, then let's be off. To the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Alright. You have to give him the signal when we're ready. Perhaps it'd be best to approach from the rear indeed. We gotta wait for it to turn around. I did it! I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Curses, it's not bad. He should be safe, yeah? Yeah, he's safe. Neat! I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Somus. Ha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. I can scarcely believe it. It was reckless. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmo's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is playing your time at Dato's Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmo. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains, I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmo the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these towers, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmo's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you tinkered with the towers and all that, Lady Chai's word sick.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
There he goes.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
Well, of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Oh, oh dear.
thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Up, here we go again. He's still trying to kiss her anyways. They're precious. They are indeed precious. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. We'll see years later. The arrival of the towers has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Eomor, it will be that simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No need to fret, Somnus. I've never felt better. And not at all overawed at the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Eomor. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I wish the only place large enough would be the emergent. Then I will go and spread the word amongst the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishia, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will! What was that voice? Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Wolfrey's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. I might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. So before we go, actually, I want to show off the Formidable Awards. Since we just fought it, and we have the cogs, which are used as currency to get a lot of different items. I want to see what I can get, actually, because I fucking don't remember what I actually needed from it. I know that I'm never using the frog suit, so I'm never gonna get the frog suit. Well, what else is there? Let's see. Would you be here? Under Glorious Gigas, I'm assuming? Yes. No? Yes. Ooh, yes, the mount. I want the mount. There's the mount. There we go. Oh! The toad shit is actually not from Formidable. It's from the other fate in the Tempest. Well, that would make sense, but, considering that you get a Tinkerbell minion from it, I actually want that instead. How many of these do I have, actually? 6 in my saddlebag. Bro, how have I not bought this thing already? Hold up. How have I not bought this already? Did I actually just secretly want the toad shit? And the frog suit, and just fucking was saving up for that, because fucking that's folly. There we go. I have Tinkerbell now, and an Iron Frog mover. I can't show the Iron Frog mover yet, but I can show off Tinkerbell. Wherever she may be. There she is. Tinker's Bell. Huh. She is literally a bell. I don't know why I didn't expect that, but okay. Alright. Let's go. Onto the lift.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
That was a fine speech, Master Tai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. Just but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism woven into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the pilot. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Oh, fuck. That wasn't Taishir, but instead... yes. Yes, of course. Aye, that's me. I like your speech, but there's folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. And more who count on the crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we have much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Somnus. I hope to see you again before long. What a day! I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I'd resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured. But it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. Excuse me. I have every confidence they will find their way and believe, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in the office. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better is taking its place. And I reckon I want to be a part of it. This humor for the people Master Chai has been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you've clung before. And one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we could do a bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty. That would be the name of the patch quest. So, truly to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yelmore, we have matters to our own to attend to. Come, we shall return to the Crystal Tower. Perhaps Becklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. So, after doing this quest, Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty, I already finished it, but there's a Crafter-Gatherer quest available, where you rebuild, specifically the, it's not an inn, what is it called? The Beehive, yes, okay, alright. It's not the Honeybee Inn, it's the Beehive. You rebuild this place with Kaishir. Well, not rebuild, but, like, basically use this for profit to up Yulmore's coffers. Why am I going into the screen? I could just return. But yeah, it's a Crafter Gatherer quest, and it's neat. That's all I'll say. It is neat. Unavailable in New Game Plus, unfortunately, as most of the things for crafters and gatherers are not available in New Game Plus, except for their own individual story quests. Even the Crystalline main quests, which are Shadowbringers, which is the crafter equivalent to Shadowbringers' role quests. Even those quests aren't in the New Game Plus, and I've been doing those slowly throughout the past couple of weeks after that last stream. Should probably get to doing that again later, just to finish it up. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech. Well, I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, what fared you in preparing the White Orsite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Orsite was ill-suited for our purpose. But Uyonje, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the soul could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as our sight doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into our side as well, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Somnus, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we are to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is a current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever it leads. While we have us engaged, I think it best that Somnus return to the source and inform Cryo and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Rin, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Let us go speak with Tataru in Mordona. I can actually show off the formidable mount, actually, now that I got it. It's pretty neat. It's not as neat as the fucking tank. It's it shares a lot of architecture with the tank, and it's not as neat as the tank. I will say that much, but it is neat. Mount guide. Let's give me one in here. Iron Frog movie. It is a trash can that we ride on, and it has a fucking jetpack. That's how it flies. Yeah. This thing is actually a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. I guess it is. Well, it is really fast, though, because of that. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Somnus, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cryo will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Sure. I'm assuming these will be voiced as well, so I can give my voice a break.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
It's Justinian. Where's your armor, buddy?
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razad Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh, here
What's
we go.
wrong?
Here we go! I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, his death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it would do. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. The simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Somnus was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varus! Your radiance! Are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance, no! Must even the most middling of sports be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Ah! Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. And duty calls. Commence battle for vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Of course. We play as Astinian here! In the combi battle, we will play as Astinian Warmblood. Oh, I am so used to being my own Dragoon that it's weird to play as a Dragoon that is not me. So, he has the Torment combo like we do, but he has a different Dragonfire dive. Sky Dragon dive. It's Dragonfire dive, but it's called something different because it's cooler. Because of course he has to be cooler than us. Let's keep moving. There's no limit. We'll have Gaius deal with the Scorpion. You pay for your crimes, traitor! I was wondering when the Imperial Guard would appear. Focus your on the magic armor first. That's probably good. Anya, on my mark! I think not. Damn it! This way, quickly. We make ourselves easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. The right thing. I will take the low road, so to speak. Jump! I will see you inside. Stay safe. Connecting corridor. So it's pretty here. We're not here for sightseeing. We're here because Astinian is a badass. Well, someone's been busy. Arc Ultima, the volatile prototype. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength! We have a different set of moves now that he's using Nidhogg's strength. It seems we've been afforded an Improv 2 field test. Ready all battle data. and begin test sequence 2.0. So we have a different set of moves now. We have Alamorn, which is our basic attack now. I wish we had that as Dragoon, but it's Justinian exclusive. Drakenlance, which is it's basically Nestrand, I think at least. Horrid Roar delivers an attack level potency of 600 to all nearby enemies, as well as enemies in proximity to those initially infected or afflicted. This is important for a later mechanic in this fight. And Stardiver, which we all know well. Stardiver! More awesome heals us. You can also use Stardiver every 6 seconds, which is fucking insanity. But yeah. Drakenlance. Oh, Drakenlance is our dot. It's I think it's based off of it's actually based off of Crystal Battle, I think. Kinda similar animation. And Alamorn, in the Endwalker reveals, for the new Dragoon moves, it looks like our new combo finisher is going to be... It's not going to be called Alamorn, but it's going to be similar to Alamorn. Okay, I can't jump up to them. Did they make this one easier? I would be very disappointed if they did. This one used to be very hard. Use that as an AoE to get rid of them all. Now loading data sample 12. We can damage enemies everywhere with that. I don't know why I wasn't constantly using that, but whatever. I am too good at this, actually. The limit break should be up by now. And yes, he does have a limit break. Oh, it moves faster. Okay, that's why. It's invincible. Oh no. No, don't be invincible. Oh. Unstoppable. We'll see about that. Alright. Nidhogg! Show them your fury!
Taste my lance!
I don't know what this limit break is called, but it's fucking badass. Standing in the school, yeah? Galleons and their machina. Now, where are you, Gaius?
Are you all right?
peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Indeed.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I don't try. I don't want to. But thanks, yes. And now off he goes to parts unknown.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
So that thing that Gaius was talking about, his business, extends to the Sorrow of Warlet's questline, which is one of the singular best side quest lines in the entire game, and I love it. And I don't know if I'll have time or if I even will do that on stream, but trust me, it's really fucking good. Anyways, You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck Blue can manage without you. They've got enough science to help them, if you ask me. We will have a post-patch cutscene, I believe, so I'll still stay silent. Stay silent. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That you, your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you wished it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yomor in the First. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. They're even laying on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope? Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. And on that cliffhanger, I will take a break, because I haven't actually eaten yet, so... yeah. Food. Yeah. I am filled. We are in. Time for old enemies, new threats. More politics, but still, yeah. Somnus, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire about after the Archons, fear not. Master Metolia's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. But we mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they can afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first in hell. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Ah, Somnus. It has been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Gallian ambassador. I remain here in Eosia under the auspices of Commander Eldon, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict within the Empire. Ah, yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Gallian, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Gallian forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dock. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Almegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Eldon has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you will not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states and as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Almegan Court then, with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! Okay. Almegan Quarter. It's a shame that Alamigo in of itself is not an area we can explore. But I mean, I think it's a lot more like the Doman Enclave as well, so maybe. Because like, Alamigo is a dungeon, right? So, and Doma Castle is also a dungeon, so. There's a reason why we can't explore them, it's just kind of disappointing that we can't. Commander Eldon awaits us in the Royal Palace, if you follow me.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eosia. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends. But I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals? With which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
That right there is the official start of the Sorrow of Warlight storyline. That cutscene. We might do it. We might do it. After watching that cutscene, we might actually do it because it's a really good story. It's actually kind of important, as I just found out, and yada yadas. But for now, we're just gonna power through the main story if we have time. I do have the whole weekend ahead of me after all. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of the new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. As you can see, he disappeared. Because it's considered that I've already done this. That I've already done the Sorrow of Warlord quest. If I suspend Shadowbringers Part 3 already here, it'll confirm that Sorrow of Warlord is complete, and I can play through it through New Game Plus. So, yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be that important, but apparently it is. Neat justification, at least, for its existence. I take it you're ready to return to the first. Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Sumnus. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. What am I doing? Yeah, again, we might do it. It should only take a... I need to give the larger estimate here because of the level 80 content. And the larger estimate being 8 hours. I could dedicate the entirety of Sunday to that if we can finish Part 3 today and Part 4 tomorrow. Part 4 shouldn't take too long either, honestly. Part 4 would be the official beginning of the Endwalker storyline. And, shouldn't take too long. I think Part 3 actually will take the longest out of the patch quests. Just because it's such a thick-ass part, man. We go through a lot of story. But the pacing is amazing, though. It feels like it's only like 2 hours. So. Or, yeah, like a couple hour addendum. Let's see. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul. And a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I have so many others that we might all be appraised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Becklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white auracite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within auracite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? She's all the way down there. It's raining. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. They still exist? A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for a god, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness should be a valuable experience for them. People can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Why not Alpha? Right, come on. You can't be serious. Come now, Somnus. What could be more inspiring than fighting alongside the renowned Warrior of Darkness himself? Alright? No choice there. Excellent. Let us make for fourth job. Lake Land. Hi-ho. If you would wait here for a moment, I will come to Evis. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers but once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day when after the city was attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I, too, was there at that table on a terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Scythian before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her, or my comrades. And so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Surely, it seems only like yesterday I watched you as you took flight astride Anamaro to go save the Oracle. Strange to think the Moran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side. But we will do our utmost to keep the place here in Lakeland. Peace here. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I will not begrudge you your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. Thaler? Thaler? I don't even know. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above will serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the right knight's return shortly after he passed. Shortly before he passed. Fuck. How could we witness that after? Fuck. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging points have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let's not keep them waiting. It's dead?
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
What?
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know? And he misses you already.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been.
Literally right as you left, he was like, she could have just stayed here and talked. So...
In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Okay. Speak with Alpha now. Is he back at the Dark Healer? Maybe. Whoa! Ooh. Jump. Jump. Bunny hopping actually doesn't make you any faster. It's just, you just let me do it. Alright, Alpha now. The others were quite shocked to hear what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his companions. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they need defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Robert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled, and in the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains, deserving only of resentment and hate. At the point, the truth mattered little. It would not change very lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Elmet Silk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphanel's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. say you, Sons? A bit of historical revisionism didn't hurt anybody, right? I wish we had done this sooner. Artbird was a good man. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beclug on a means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and etc. We will have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread, more and more will accompany them. Speak to the people of the Crystarium. Alright, the truth shall be known. I'm just gonna quickly skim past all the world text here of these NPCs. Since it's really just us inviting them as opposed to us saying anything, so. That being said, the Crystarium is fucking huge. I actually didn't expect it to be this huge, so what to talk about. I guess I should probably note that after Shadowbringers 5.0, not 5.1, 5.0, because 5.1 came out after this event. There was a Rising event. It's basically Final Fantasy XIV's anniversary event. Happens every August. Yeah, every August of every year. And I kind of hate this. The reward for doing that event quest was a wind-up Artbrick minion. He's adorable, he's cute and all, but he literally spoils the entire story of Shadowbringers because his flavor text. His flavor text does not spoil it anymore. It used to spoil Shadowbringers. I'm just reading it. But basically what happened at the end of Shadowbringers is that Artbert's soul and your soul fused together, so that you could bear the light that was inside of you, and expel it out safely. And it used to straight up say that too, that like, oh, your soul and his soul is the same now. But looks like they fixed it, which is good. But maybe too little too late, I guess? I don't know, because like, I don't know if they fixed it during the Rising event or not, where he was available. Well, I assume he's also available as a minion on the cash shop as well, so I guess there's still value in this. This mammoth who was created to honor Artbert, the hero who fought to save the first as a warrior of light and darkness both. His spirit lives on in all who has ever fought to lend a helping hand to his fellow man. It used to have an ellipses and afterwards saying "and you." Let's see what the other flavor text is. As brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. The wandering minstrel. I like it. He's neat. He's very neat. Very fun character. The wind-up Artbird in particular is a fun character, and Meteor Survivors is a cute little machinima that he does. Meteor Survivor, by the way, is an FF14 YouTuber, I guess? I don't know. Someone who, he's basically just, like, he really likes the default Purelander look a lot. Canonical name, he doesn't have one. The community has given him a lot of names. Dirtblander was the first one, actually, because it was 2013. It was actually 2010, actually. But regardless, we called him Dirtblander. But after he got hot, aka after Shadowbringers, we started to call him Meteor now, because Dirtblander really does not fit him anymore. Which makes sense, Meteor Survivor and whatnot. Even though I think the one portrayed in the trailers actually is representative of non-legacy characters, aka characters that didn't watch Downward Fall. So awkward. But I mean, there's different headcanons and whatnot. He's not really a character anyway, so more just a representation of the entire player base. Even if he does have an exact lookalike in the game itself, ultimately doesn't really represent him. Anyways, Meteor Survivor, the YouTuber, actually, he makes fun little skits with the Meteor Survivor character, and his little wind-up Ardbird minion. I'm very surprised that there's very much a lack of Final Fantasy XIV machinima, in all honesty. There's machinima of a lot of other MMOs I can think of. There's machinima of RuneScape, especially, and World of Warcraft as well. But no Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm curious why that is. Other than the fact that machinima died, like in 2014, 2015, along with the company. Anyways.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
I'm not good at speeches, Safano, you know that.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Alfie, you know more than anyone else I'm not good at speeches.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Yes, leave it to the silent protagonist to give a lengthy speech about the truth. Yes. I can't even choose the words.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air. Impossible.
I take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light!
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Judging by the fact that I kind of spoiled the fact that that isn't really Ardbert before. That isn't really Ardbert.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
It looks and sounds like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe, as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Damn, the weather changes quickly, doesn't it? I think it was raining in the Crystarium before. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the warriors' flight and their actions prior to the flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an imposter. Of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the warriors of light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for the sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon, with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beklug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elizabeth will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fennell that the heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Ravel. Almond believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fennell. Almond and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray, give my regards to the V's. Oh, mate, let's go. Welcome, allies of Ronka. I'm not going to attempt their accent anymore. I really shouldn't. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and his minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Ratika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure that you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the innermost chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies, that we might venture into the ruins, clutching our staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we all be going. Get back here! Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better I do not know. Pray forgive her overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with the curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well the enthusiasm. And if not for your seduous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let's make for the Katana Ravel. Come on, let's hear that Lahi! There you go. Ooh, we're actually going in. It is much strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, it's good to know. The FF14 cutscene warning. Infamous. Why is it nighttime suddenly?
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
You see why I can't replicate that accent?
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Really? I play Kingdom Hearts 2. I should probably be able to do this, yeah? Alright. Come on. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would set their soul, theirs set free, answer me these riddles free. Oh, goddamn. Death with Paul, with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole to do our efforts to cry. What am I? Okay. Death of Paul, with kin do I vie. Okay, so... probably a curl, right? Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts to cry. Yeah, curl, yeah? Stay hunting packs and everything. Nope! Alas, 'twas the Oppo, keen and shrewd, the spirit exalts in... Ah, fucking hell. Alright, for this mistake, a single talisman I shall take. Come on, I'm not good with riddles, I'm only good with gambling! Come on! With Fearsome Fang, I travel with Pack. Okay, this is a different one. If this isn't curl, I don't know what is. Unless... Oh. Wolf. Wolf packs. Yes. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf in the doctrine's praise, so that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl, but my strength does prosperity reign within our home. What am I? A snake! It's gotta be a snake. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus soul, to you a soul returns. Alright, 3 riddles. You would have me do what else? Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. God damn it. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans, hide friend or foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. Ah, yes! The Luxart fight! The actual Luxart fight. I can't peek behind the cards, I can't cheat. I'm just gonna have to, okay. Alright, that's, Seemit. That's a Nana. That's Y'shtola. I'm gonna try this one over here. Hey! 2 Y'shtolas! Well done indeed. Okay, alright. Nope. That's not it. Maybe this one over here? No. I am not going to risk summoning something. So I'm just gonna keep on selecting that one. Because I know that one's Seemit. I'm not gonna risk summoning anything. It's seriously the last one I ever choose. There we go. Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet there still remains one trial you must pass. If you glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Fight? One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Alright, that's a riddle I can solve.
No mercy! Here I come!
Oh, okay. Okay.
I will not hold back!
We'll do the same for Seemit. I have to take the far one? Can the thing at least go over here? Oh, no? Okay, alright. For some reason, I am reminded of fighting Tree Lakshmi in the Alameda Palace. poison. Ow. How have I taken? Oh, you can just do that. Okay.
This is going to leave a mark.
They're harmless, they ain't gonna do anything. Oh, just focus on the big guy. Girl. You have to move with the girl. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Let's go.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation. So potent was her spellcraft, though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
You must recall Emmett Silk's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Just skimming over that. It's a lot. Anyways. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika, the ruins of Ronka. I pray your safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Though we learned a lot of the Asians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Casterium, however, there's a small matter I would attend to in Sliverbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. It's giving me to wail too much. But I always point out whenever it gives me to wail, so I don't know. Hey, Runai. Somnus, it is good to see you again. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runai, but we haven't done... Please, I insist! It will only take a minute. My apologies, Somnus. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Soulville, from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom for Askir, we might finish before Runa is done cooking. Fetching broom. I trust Askir was able to find a broom for us. Here. It's battered and beaten and broken, but you can make it walk, so... Oh, well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Books are everywhere, but that's about it. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a venerable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right, anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Ah, she is gonna make it walk. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sleeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To do this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. Yippers. In this one's particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matolia's footsteps. In the future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. You're still... Thank goodness you're still here. Alpha now. I thought you were following Artberg. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Norvand in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. It seems news of your trusted Exterior precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Sliverbell. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Hallrick and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us, the best thing I can do now is let them rest. So I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with a would-be warrior of light. Before visiting on any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Cinder, and to earn the Locust's trust. The best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen have returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Then that is where we shall start our search. Master Matoya! A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Hey, yo, Thancred. Let's go. Stock, buddy. Buddy boyo. Oh, looks like you got some.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Eater friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
That would be the Eden quests.
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Ask whether he wishes Seto over here. You would have thunk that, you know, Seto was the first thing he would have gone to, yes?
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Yeah, that's your first mistake, buddy. No, he won't be sorely missed. Seto's alive and well. I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Oh god. I just saw a little bit of lag on the stream. Hopefully that isn't too bad. Just a couple dropped frames.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
As long as you don't make me do any more chores. The music stops when I say that? Oh, come on.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Ah, damn. They stopped the music specifically for that.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Alfredo, don't pretend like that didn't just happen. Don't pretend like that didn't just happen. Holy shit. They knew what they were doing when they wrote that scene. They knew everybody would be going for that. Alfredo has tried of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolza first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Speaking of, in the middle of that cutscene, for the first time since the very last stream that we did, funnily enough, my dad started up karaoke again. I kid you not, within the past month, he has not actually been at the karaoke machine too much. Fucking the day I decided I would start streaming again. It was the day he decided he was gonna. I was actually expecting this to happen anyway. I suspect that he wants to karaoke because I've been getting loud during the streams. As loud as I have been. I don't know. At the beginning I was kind of quiet, but either way, that is a thing that is happening. So. So, hopefully, again, I still hope that the stream isn't picking it up. I don't think it is, considering it's quieter than usual. But yeah. Let's see. I've sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Indeed, we have. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benfos have pillaged our stores of of liver. They have been replenished with haste. They must be replenished with haste. The Benfos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it. When they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we be the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climates. Wow, it just hit a crescendo. The karaoke. Keeps on coming. It just keeps on coming. Let's see. Why not simply hunt ourselves? We can't pronounce it, but we could certainly fight it. We might, but that wouldn't discourage the Benfos from stealing from the Otto again now, would it? Claiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benfos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounders' floor, but be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Let's go! By the way, while I was off stream, I don't think I actually mentioned this on stream, but Shadowbringers introduced these things called shared fates. Basically, you do a certain amount of fates to unlock store items from the vendors in each of the areas. Getting all of them to maximum rank, like I have right here, will allow you to buy all items from one store vendor in one of the major cities in Shadowbringers, Yulmore or Crystarium. I didn't actually have all of these complete until just recently, off stream. I completed all of them. What I had left was Clusia and the Tempest to finish Shared Fates in, and I mean, it's understandable why I didn't have Shared Fates completed in these two. Shared Fates in the Tempest. Fates in the Tempest in general are actually quite rare. As you can see, there's only a couple out right now. But moreover, nobody goes here because it's only an endgame area and that's it. Similarly, Clusia has the exact same ailments. So, although Fates are a lot more common in Clusia. Easter egg. There's an Easter egg in this specific quest. I suppose we can probably shoot the bulbous bag from here. I did not expect to do that first try. I wanted to show off the Easter egg, but whatever. Are those venom? Sorry, I was solving Rubik's Cube in the background. Yes? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benfos have been raiding Clusian storehouses, as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Toll's off. it wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Okay, so the Easter egg I wanted to show off, I don't know, yeah, no, while the Scions were here, if we were to go into this very cave right here, I think it was this specific one, we would find a shoe bill staring at Ring. She would be very, uncomfortable with that. Although I don't, yeah, obviously. I don't know if it's actually that specific cave, but, yeah. Similarly, back at the end of Shadowbringers in part 2, after you before you talk to the Exarch in Kalusia before going to Mount Golg, you would have saw a shoe bill just staring off at you. And indeed, after all of that, if you go into your inn room into Crystarium, there will be a shoe bill at a random location staring at you. Yes. I don't know what the shoe bill is all about, but it's creepy, so actually, I do know what the shoe bill is all about, but more on that later. Our precious livers! I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Kalusia in the Founders' floor. Tell me, Tozaf, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Clusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Yomorn army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is up the sea. The true question then is, what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benfos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benfos' plans. Is that so? Yikes, it is actually getting really loud. These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benfos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that the Queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both Queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it to take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people into the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach the depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. That was the new facial expression first observed with my character, I think. If what we seek lies deeper still, beyond Emerald, I would call upon the assistance of another. To show what I mean, I think I can actually do it out of cutscene here as an emote here. It would be via ponder expression? Yes, it is. And I can stare at someone while pondering, I think, as well. Ponder. I'm sure he's not too confused of that. That or a furrowed brow, maybe. Maybe it's also furrow. No, never mind. Whatever. I'm confusing the poor little one here already enough. Let's see. Though our course hath been decided to pursue it, we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray, allow me to sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more. Formalities. I really like the Ondo. I mean, I like the Sahagin in general. They're some of my favorite enemies to fight in Final Fantasy. They're fucking weak, because all you need is just a Fundaga spell or something like that, and completely obliterate them, or Thunder-imbued weapon, or whatever. They're weak to Thunder, if that wasn't obvious enough. They are very weak to Thunder, but, but still, I like them. They are basically Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles before Final Fantasy XIV added the, God damn it, I'm blanking on her name. Hold on. Stormblood. Kojin! Yes. I don't know if Kojin existed before Final Fantasy XIV. I don't believe so, at least. It would have been weird to fight one, that's for sure. Whereas with the Sahagin, it would not be very weird at all. Then again, most Final Fantasy games feature human main characters with non-humans being an anomaly, like Moogles or whatever the fuck Kate Sith is, because let's not get into that. Or Red 13. It's raining. I wonder how we're gonna go over to Bismarck in the storm that, you know, without the aid of my trusty flying fucking tank. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique, then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provide of purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, it would be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush! I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Heyo, Urion J! He can walk on water now! He's done it! Incredible! Proud of him. Oh no. Hey! Ah, for the love of... Are you okay, buddy? Mine apologies. The technique requires the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the fly. With their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Tancred? It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. Yes. An amazing invention called the boat. Truly, that is an example of solving a problem that does not exist. But yes. Also, that confirms that Y'shtola can swim. Which certainly can open up a lot of marketing avenues in the future. I'm sure. I will petition Bismarck to aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. My kindness is as boundless as the Syrian one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste, it shall be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agree to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to clean and cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Somnus and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done in moments. And better that than standing either here and listening to all of this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go! Yes, ma'am. I am in your debt. List of Final Fantasy XIV characters who canonically cannot swim. Irion J. I think that's it, actually. I think Alphanel can swim, actually. Yeah, because he swam in Stormblood, yeah. He learned how to swim, actually, in the interim. Because of how, I don't even know. He just tried. I guess it was just sheer raw determination that, that taught him how to swim, I guess. Admirable, but, he shouldn't exert himself, fair. Tenacious barnacle. Irion J is, I think, the only one of the Scions who canonically can't swim. Before the Warrior of Light couldn't swim either, I guess. because swimming wasn't added until Stormblood. So, technically speaking, the Warrior of Light couldn't swim until they needed to. Funny. Fine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. I don't want to point out every crescendo, but there's another one happening right now. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid, no. He asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remembered when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But a life fades, and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory, he laughs. Together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend. But it is time I grant you your request. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by air debris. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation as to what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious illusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Pelusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later then. The cheeky smile. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite for Ryonjay and Thancred in particular? I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please, rest. For me? Oh, all right, if you must insist. You too, Somnus. You've been running yourself ragged. But I feel fine. Just go quietly, Somnus. Trust me. Alright, fine. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. You know what's funny about out this canonical. Your show is like 23, so I think she's like one of the youngest scions. So, in that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the spit hole anon. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. Like God, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Solon that's better for it than most. Come with me. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want an elderly niece to give out. Elderly niece. Old men they are, yes. We're all old men, actually. To hear her speak, you'd think I've been on my deathbed. But at 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I'm here under protest. Though I can't say I mind of you. Were it not raining, that is. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Oh, I am no novice. Help! Someone! Quickly! Never mind. It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean your help? For free? Thank you! If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us overmuch. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate. Woohoo. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again! Yo. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we've just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. You had no idea. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I can recognize you. I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are a few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us are satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. My name's Vonad, sir. I'm with the Guard. But I don't just want to protect Lifeland. I want to protect the law. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Nervin. What we'd really like is to travel, to better ourselves and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Well, well, future heroes are the first, don't you think? They want not for spirit, 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elizabeth's schemes to light. God, it's loud now. It is very loud. I can hear it very clearly through closed doors and fucking headphones. So clearly something is happening. Yikes. It is loud. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I've done further contemplation of Elizabeth's machinations will be conductive to relaxation. We may as well make for this blood hole now. I'm actually gonna go get a drink as well after. Wait, what the hell is Split Hole? Oh, it's over at Kuja. Okay. I'm gonna go get a drink just before going into the dungeon. Yeah, dear Christ, it is loud. If I can hear it crystal clear through a closed door and headphones, then you guys, how loud is it? You know? Hey, they got Talos working out. Awesome. You know, I didn't really purposefully do that, but... Wait, are we supposed to meet with him up here? Impossible. Possible? Huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get my drink now. Alright, I'm back. It is loud, the karaoke. But, we mustn't think of the karaoke. Even if it is louder than the fucking game audio. 'Tis time. Pray, make ready. That was it. That was the cutscene. Okay. Alright. Who shall we take? You know, I'd say this party is good enough. I cannot lie. I will definitely say those are my 3 favorite characters anyways, but yeah. Alright, let's go.
Lo, Fana, Eslor, Wislon.
I see we're not to have a peaceful journey. One weird thing about being a Dark Knight is that the tank stance indicator is actually not as obvious as other tanks. Because Dark Knight has 2 gauges. Dark Knight has Dark Side gauge, which is his Dark Knight helmet that shows up, and the blood gauge, which is typical gauge I take my resource from, my gauge from, my meter. But because I have 2 gauges, it's hard to tell whether or not I have tank stance on sometimes if I don't actually know how to read it. Like, for example, you might think that Dark Side glowing purple would be my tank stance indicator, and it isn't. It would actually be this gem right here. Turning off tank stance just momentarily will show you that it doesn't change too much when I have it off. It only glows, but it's such a small part of the blood gauge. I get why it's shaped like that, by the way, too. It's not like Gunbreaker's cartridge gauge. Like, Gunbreaker's cartridge gauge is shaped like it's a cartridge, you know. Or a cylinder, actually. A revolver cylinder. The Paladin's gauge looks like a shield. Oak gauge. The Beast gauge, the warrior, looks like a axe head. And Dark Knight's Dark Knight's blood gauge looks like it's a Dark Knight sword. So, I mean, in essence, it all makes sense. But, it's way more obvious than other tanks. I can't switch to other tanks right now to show the difference. But the tank stance indicator on Gunbreaker is very obvious. And, the tank stance indicator for both Paladin and Warrior, changes the UI, not the UI, but the gauge itself almost entirely as well. It's a lot more obvious on those jobs compared to Dark Knight. It's not a formal complaint, by the way. Dark Knight's a complicated job to begin with, anyways. It has a dark side gauge, which is different. It also has a timer for a steam, the Shadow Clone. It will not disappear. So.
Oh God!
Considering that it needs to have an indicator for that anyways, makes sense. Although, technically you could argue Storm's Path, or not Storm's Path, Storm's Eye. Storm's Eye on Warrior is basically just Dark Side. When it isn't, it really isn't. But you would think that that would also have a separate gauge indicating its timer as well. as opposed to being one of your buffs. Or like dark side isn't just one of your buffs. But let me ask this. What other dragon used to be on your buff bar? But it was changed into a gauge. Would it be a lot easier to read if what other dragon was on your buff bar? I would petition to put Storm's Eye onto your on your main gauge. Or one of your gauges. But considering what we've seen of Endwalker, I don't think that's gonna be the case anyways. I mean, it's a nitpick anyway, so. Alright, we're finally here at Anamnesis Aniter, which is Anamnesis Aniter Prophet, which is the ruins of the of Emerald that they were talking about in the cutscenes. Anyways, we're trying to. Here we fight an unidentifiable. Oh, that was a lag spike. Oh, what happened? Don't be worried. This is literally the only mechanic, by the way, is the roulette wheel AoE. In all fairness, we've never seen anything like the roulette wheel AoE yet, I don't think. But the roulette wheel AoE is pretty fucking simple. So I mean, it is just the first boss of the dungeon.
This is going to leave a mark!
Giving my voice a little bit of a break right now. Or should. You would think it. Talking for 6 hours straight. By yourself, to yourself, and no one else. It's taxing. And while I could talk for hours about the dungeon, I'll try not to at least. I mean, all of it is just kind of sort of happening. By the way, yes, he did spawn a clone. The clone is a lot weaker, but he did spawn a clone. You have to kill the clone in order to end the fight. The thing's not dead yet. There it is. Look at this architecture. Seriously, look at it. Look at it. It's beautiful. It is actually gorgeous. Anyways. I don't have my cooldown, but he has the shield up and I have flashlight. I live. No Exarch Boyo, the Bam Holy, and whatnot. But Alphino's a pretty good big pull healer anyways, because of the shields. Oh, that is variable, so... Just by nature of his heals are the shields, so if he rolls low, if he rolls low, then it's unfortunate. But Alphino almost always rolls higher than typical Speller anyway, I think. Because again, infantry shit, so...
Gloves are off.
Yeah, this is the farthest I can go, I think. Because, well, there's not much after this pull. In fact, if the numbers are thin enough, I can probably move on. But I don't want to risk dying in a blaze of glory. They're also alive. And again, the more you pull, the faster you go. The slower the NPCs will actually use it, I think. I don't know exactly how it works, how the programming works.
Leave the healing to me. You underestimate me.
Yeah, I will always try and go for a 20 to 30 minute run for every turn. As long as the player plays as optimally as they can. So.
Gloves are off.
Yeah, this is a sufficient single pull. The music's neat, by the way. I don't think there's actually... I've had the music turned down a lot. I turned the music up a little bit, so you can hear how great it is. Of course I have to turn it down now because I'm fighting a boss. Yeah,
let's give them a show!
Alright. AoE happen in the order they spawn in, so those will go first and then these. That's it. That's the only mechanic in the fight. aside from the typical Cyclops fighting sequence of going in when you have to go in and going out when you have to go out. A lot of fights you'll notice revolve around one singular mechanic to be relied on. Most of them as like a central point of the yeah. And it doesn't actually matter what color or shape the actual AoEs are. Whatever comes first is whatever comes first. So you're too far away for that. There we go, finally it happened. God. Oh, my throat feels fucked still. The Archive Eternal. Yeah, if you don't kill them quick enough, you'll summon more ads. Typically, the big post is actually just to let them summon them anyways. Actually, skip them and pull further. So,
away with you!
And whatever force still has aggro next, will bring them towards the tank. The tank grabs aggro. At least that's what I've seen in my server. It's also a common strategy to stop here, where they would summon. And kill the summoners. And once the summoners are killed, then you go to the next batch. You remember batch of summoners up there as well. I'm very much slouching, so if I'm quiet, that's why. I'm gonna want to reposition myself. Possibly after this hole. Why is this thing not dead yet? There it is. Okay, I'm gonna reposition myself real quick. Jazzy, isn't it? I don't know how well this repositioning will hold. I slouch a lot, but if I start to sit like a Mikote, it probably will hold. Oh, no summoners? Oh, wait, no, yes, there will be. Oh, there. Let's just kill this ship at first. I should have saved that. I should have saved Delirium for summons. Whatever. Alright. Do your magic. Assume you will be targeting the one? No, you'll be targeting this other one. Well, that's unfortunate. Because I don't think we'll kill this one in time. Nope, we did. But too little too late. Excuse if my voice sounds dry or I'm clearing my throat a lot or whatnot. Streams of weeks. Can I exactly say I can go many hours at a time talking? First time I've talked this much since that stream. So I take another break after this patch is done, 5.2. Just to lay down. Also to eat as well. It's about time for me to have dinner as well. And take a shower and whatnot. So we can recuperate ourselves before the big finale of this part. Definitely. Is this the queen? Oh yeah, that totally is. Ruxus Jeem. Merciless Matriarch. Oh, anybody say anything? Though I must like it, we may as well have done with it. If she wants to fight, I'm happy to oblige. Still doesn't have any dialogue. Okay, alright. Not hurt. Press the not hurt button. No hurt. Please don't hurt. God damn it. I pressed the delirium button right as he jumped away. And now I only have 3 what's still is up. My throat's just funky. That's just funky.
This is going to leave a mark!
We have to, okay, I have to, stand on these grates. If you don't stand on the grates, then extra Ondo will appear as ads. Only the ones that are splattering though, so, do not worry. I will do this mechanic properly. There's a way to do the mechanic where you can barely move. This is the slide cast method. So where basically you wait until this one goes in and you go in before the one you're on goes first. It barely works. Don't try it. It's very dependent on high latency actually. You have to actually have high ping. You actually have to have really high ping in order to pull it off. So, I ain't doing it. So as you can see, all 8 of them are splattered and only 4 of us. That's because the hands will deal them for us. See? Splash them down. Because she is merciless.
This is going to
ow, that's my liver! Flying foams? I don't believe that. Okay, that's a magic damage actually. That is indeed magic damage.
just splash water on us. Command current! I mean, the fight doesn't get much more complicated than what we just did, so... I don't think? Oh wait, no, that's for these hands, yeah. Basically, the principles don't get squished by the hand. I didn't have my no hurt button.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
Do it! Why are you busy doing mechanics? There we go. Please be voiced. I think it is voiced though, still.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds. What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confounded. If I may, my lady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it's fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but we can't get it to work again. If we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet, if the Shade spoke true, Elizabeth ceased to be, ere even the Sundering came to pass. This calls to mind a truth that Emmett Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ascians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becomes vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiac Heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted with be not one the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering, and yet something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time, but I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There's more to learn here, I can feel it. In matters of aetherology, I know of none as capable as V. In matters of aetherology, I know of none as capable as V. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. I've grown so numb to the way that Urion J spoke that attempting to speak the way he does in a different voice has opened my eyes to fucking how weird he speaks. You may now enter Amnesis and Nider with a party of NPC avatars. Oh, okay. Echoes of a fallen star. Can we but discover Elidibus' true origins, we may yet come to understand her designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs to be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To that extent, that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people. Strong and silent, just as a hero should be. You let your actions speak for you, and we mean to do the same. We might have our sky back, but there are still people who need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What's happening to the sky?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? Then why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear? Feel? Think? I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Heidelin has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
Okay. Well, that was a lot, yep. Indeed, talking to the more Elizabeth reveals, the less I understand. But that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone, then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay, their departure. But as many are deaf to my entreaties, young Vela and Vonard among them, I am sorry to say, they have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well, whatever Elizabeth's plans for them may be. The pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo. And it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of life. Ardbert, yourself most of all. And I would ask a favor of you. Speak with him ere they embark on the journey, and furnish them with what wisdom they can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, and you should be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Setsu took the time to usher you into the outer wider world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Feyre and Volnard. But the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did inspire amnesis to us. Fucking hell. I was just talking about the damn shoe bill. Why is it all the way over here, actually? Its master's all the way over there. Huh. I guess it is very characteristic for a shoe bill to just be out here. But it's lost its master, so I don't know. I've had that glitch happen a couple times, actually, too, so I don't know what causes it. Amaro launch. My brain farted there. Yoga! I mean, it's you! Sir! Sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs to be, what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. And you see if we aren't. The path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. Take it right. That would be the Docile Gate. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We haven't yet to discuss how to proceed, however. Well, your findings in anamnesis and Nider do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary. We are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust to Yustola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancients' device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He should be impossible to find. especially from one of your experience. It does seem well worth the effort, the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright then. I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elizabeth to look too closely to our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference, and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practice trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed. Though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to find a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that this Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I can help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at Dependence. Okay, Dependence time. It's behind me. Echoes of a Fallen Star. I believe that's the last quest of this patch. So we'll just need to play the cutscene. Behold, the singular reason why the PS3 died. Such high fidelity graphics! Master Turner? It's Gunnar from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours is asking for after you. May I remember from that business with the cardinal virtues? There's a lot of them, so, because, your choices expand the more of these you do, and I clearly did all of them. So, let's just, go for, Tainer. You don't know who he is, by the way. I don't think you ever will. Unfortunate, but still. What are you doing here, Tainer? Pray forgive my late visit. I had a man who called himself the Warrior of Light to speak. You see, and saw the stars falling from the heavens. Sirik grew tired of my endless fretting and bade me call upon you if it would put my mind at ease. Is there aught you can tell me? This is a character from the physical DPS role quests, by the way. No. Magical DPS role quests. Right. He's a cool character, but you don't know him, and so I'm not gonna dwell too much on the dialogue here. An imposter. I feared you might say that. I specifically chose him because he has the greatest ties to Artburg, for reasons that we may or may not get into if we ever do for rogue quests. So I believed him. I wanted to believe him. How wonderful it was that even one of them returned. Thought. Yet if he is not the man you knew, then I'm sorry. I know all too well how that feels. I can only imagine how it must hurt to be unable to speak the truth. How he must abide the lie for fear of condemning those fallen heroes once more. It may not be my place, but allow me to offer you a few words of advice, as he once did for me. Remember how he was dear to you, how dear he was to you, and be brave. Thank you, my friend. Oh, I'm not half as so eloquent as you, but I hope that helps. Yeah, quick summary of this character, by the way. Tainer was from 100 years ago, before the Flood of Light. He knew one of the Warriors of Light, because he was childhood friends with him. Got banished into the Void because blah blah reasons. He wasn't consciously banished there, mind you. He was just, you know, lost in the Void. And because of the way fucking time worked and how only a couple months to us was 100 years in the first, he was time displaced. But we took him out. So. That's the SparkNotes version of the story. And that's what his dialogue means. Anyways, I have this now.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
That's Xenos' new Shadowbringers appearance. Kill. As you can see, he's witnessing the final days. So his fake echo might not be that fake at all. I honestly don't even remember why they showed that scene.
The dream again.
Meanwhile, in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
Alright. Is this the next? This is the next patch, I think. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Go take a shower, probably eat again. Definitely lay down. So, BRB screen one last time for this stream. And hopefully can finish this by today. If not, then tomorrow. The stream is already long enough as it is. 7 fucking hours. hope I wasn't going for too long, but for one, I should probably do a housekeeping thing actually on the way, because retainer stopped selling things. For what good it would do, because, you know, next week, well, you know, next week, so let's continue. Master Eterna, will you be venturing forth today? Do be sure to take care, if so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it's not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after himself. Old habits, you understand. Ah, Somnus, how very opportune. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? I indeed do. Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing us to the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all of these years, your tale has set the record straight. Finally, the people could see them as the great heroes they once were. Or the great hero he is in the case of Albert. You too were surprised to see him, I think. Oh, my glasses fogged up. Excuse me. At the time, I was not certain what to make of it all, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me. And then the stars rained down from the sky and, well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, so here I am. Thank you, Somnus, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you perhaps wish to have your accounts on these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there's anything I could do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Very well. Tell me what the situation is like in the city. The situation in the city? Do you mean the people's awakening as warriors of light? Well, while questions remain about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return, history tells us that that what took place may not be entirely unprecedented. But to understand that requires an understanding of Warriors of Light in the broader Rantic context. If it please you, I should be glad to welcome to provide an overview. I flatter myself that it may grant you a better grasp of that which is occurring not only in the Crystarium but the world at large. Excellent! I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant texts. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Do not let me keep you, sir. I bid you a pleasant day. Okay, let me refresh my retainers real quickly. Surprise of this is need to repair more than anything else I've used. Again, I haven't really been fighting much during the stream, haven't I? Just been going to and fro. Excuse me for a moment. I have to suspend that. A lot of things are restricted from you in New Game Plus mode, I noticed. I suppose there is the possibility of continuity breaks and whatnot. I even have a venture to complete. So
sell this shit as well, because I don't need it. How much is it? I know how much it costs. Nothing. Oh yeah. Hey, you actually made sales. We're rich. Kind of. What are you saying? I should endeavor to sell my materia, actually, at the end of the expansion. Not only to give myself inventory space for Endwalker, but also because there's probably gonna be a shit ton of people buying them up. So, then again, materia market necessarily never has been really that good. Because you can get material for free by just about doing anything. Fucking pissing yourself, you get materia for at this point. Actually, some further context on how I've gotten this much materia, and how this is actually a minuscule amount of materia. You get materia by doing expert dungeons. You get different. You get the crafter gatherer one specifically by doing by transmuting them and praying. But you can skip that process by buying a shit ton of them, and to buy a shit ton of them, you would need to do leveling roulette as the healer in need of any given time. At max level, of course, as well. So, in this case, it would be healer. So, you know, you get a shit ton of them, and that builds up over time. Of course, you can also just buy it, straight up. Also, I forgot I suspended the Game Plus. No matter. Let's, talk to Morin. Ah, Sonus. Excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for a lesson. As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Alpha now volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Let the little ones join in. Of course, the more the merrier. If we care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. Were one to pore over the annals of Rantic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. Oddbird and his companions require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Toffur, legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodford and Sword, the fabled drawn... Oh, come on, seriously. Hold up. I can read it. Let's see. Legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodford and Selward, the fabled drawn in Gadget Duel of Obert. Okay, I can hide this. Never mind. And Odertesk, she too. And no list of Rantic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tiuna of Ronka, and Odertesk, she too was called the Warrior of Light. I'm opening up my chat log window because the NPC dialogue also shows up in there as well. So it did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past, it was simply a synonym for a hero. In the wake of the flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear. The title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. That's the Yoshitaka Amano Warrior of Light design, all the way back from Final Fantasy 1. So, they're making a lot of references to that. I love it. This, my friends, is Norvan's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he come to be known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the self-same epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Again, Amano artwork. This is beautiful. I don't think this is new, actually. But still, actually, I think it might be new. I don't know. Or at least unique to 14. A lot of Amano artwork is unique to 14 after all, so I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, that's the original Amano design for the Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy 1. Take note of that. Well, well, the plot thickens. Indeed it does. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Yeah, no, it's as if we're in a Final Fantasy game. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidel's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. Heidelin did call me a Warrior of Light. She did? I've never heard her voice myself. But I can feel her presence, perhaps from Ophelia. At any rate, assuming all this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Asians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light and by extension Heidelin with good must have added insult to injury. Here we are theorizing, and he has no idea what we're theorizing about. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. No need to feather, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Ah! Ricky Tio, are you alright? Ah, my precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care of the cabinet? You too, Arkil. Well. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you? The Warrior of Darkness? I really can't have my voice up that high, but I will try. My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please, tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light. Was there a way to say no to that face? By the way, the child models have never actually looked that cute up until this patch, by the way. Didn't have a lot of child models, but the Mikote child models in particular. I mean, I get that she's probably like 4, but still. So I want to be a warrior of light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people, an apothecary. And I'm going to help everyone to Crystarium, no, and all of Norvrand. When I told Arkil and Airwell this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. But this place is so big, and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. And so I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young. Esteemed warrior of darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitio to Spagirix? Spagirix? Fucking hell, they never say it out loud. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the chirurgeons at their work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we finished here, so we'll come through. I'll go, but only for a little while. Really? Thank you so much, Warrior of Darkness. We'll see you at Spagirix. Come, Heartbreaker. Let us go. Look at him run. Look at this dopey little run cycle. Trying to catch up to me. If I go faster, he actually keeps the same run animation, but it's sped up to match the run speed that he's going at. I think, at least. I don't think that's a sprinting animation after all. It is fucking hilarious. Waddle. Jump. Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? That's right! I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately, they have all decided not to pursue that dream. Huh? Why? Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. The artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life. And younglings like you who are the future of the Crystarium. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see. And so difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good? Oh, so yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. For I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard.
I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever, just you watch. That's the spirit. Without further ado, then, may I entrust you with a task? I have placed an order of sweet sieve for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go collect it. Ooh, an ingredient. Leave it to me, miss. Ah, my, such an abundance of energy. Though I can't help wonder if she'll be alright by herself. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with a woman named Gracine, and she will point you in the right direction. I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course directly to you, I would assist her in her first steps. And what about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, just not the same kind as Ricky. So we'll wait for you here, warrior of darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. In that case, Reen and I shall keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations. Scenes out here. This food. And by the way, I would totally have a different reaction to Ricky Teal if it were my first time seeing her. But, alas, all my coups have been spent over the years. Because, I mean, simply put, I played for this for the first time ages ago, so, yeah. If it isn't the Warrior of Darkness himself, may I assume you were with Master Alphinaud? Yes. Alright, as you wonder, Chesham House with orders for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we don't have the time to harvest them. So, it was with apologies I asked Master Alphinaud and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you can lend them a hand. It's the undersized grapes you want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. But yeah. Our FC leader could not get enough of Ricky Dio, though. She is fucking adorable. Look at her. Tiny little baby child. Ah, there you are. As it turns out, the ingredient still wants for harvesting, so we're going about that now. Undersized grapes. Small ones for wine and medicine. I wonder if there is a distinction between wine and medicine. I really do wonder. Oh, you're here too. We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. Here you just go. Try and get grapes this size. Wow, you picked this many already? Amazing. I dare say, will you have enough between us? Shall we take them back to Chesamar? I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them. Tell me, Ricky, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why? Well, a while ago I felt sick. Really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed.
Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I've ever tasted, but it made me feel better. She was so brave, the apothecary, I mean. She went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous, and I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. But then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of life and go traveling the world, helping people. And so I thought, that's the same as what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Taylor? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out there looking for people to help. This world is fucking tiny. Taylor, one of the gods awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Ricky Teo. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope a good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering of grapes to Jessamine. It would seem I have been laboring under a misapprehension. I had convinced myself that it was Elizabeth who had certainly a desire to become warriors of life within the hearts of the people. But I see now that the impulse to aid the fellow man aided them from first. Elizabeth did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return our own world ere long. To our own world ere long. With the exile laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet, I believe I speak for us all when I say I cannot leave in good conscience. Not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land after all. Norvrat has become as a home to us, and her people our own. Let's return to Spagarix. I wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. Beautiful shot at the Crystal Tower there. Let's go. Oop, out of the way. Where do they get their meat? I don't see any farms around here. Like cow farms. I suppose they hunt for most of it, yeah. But I suppose the only other place, the only other source of meat would be right in front of me. That would not be a fun thing to think about, even though they are chickens. Then again, the Crystarium is much, much larger than the explorable area, actually. So, who knows? Although I'm still betting on they hunt, so definitely makes it a lot more exciting, yeah? My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we need. For the grapes, we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. As part of the studies, I may just have to give Ricky Teo a little taste. Sour juice. Alright, Airwell. You want to know how to fight? Warrior of Darkness! If you finish helping Ricky, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. We already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The gods say they've become a pest around the Crystarian plane. We've tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children taught us much while you were away. And in preparation, Chesamile kindly furnished us some lures for the bats. But the creatures won't give you any sport. Bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone follow me. How you say? Wait, just... Come on then, children. I still have the play guide on my hotbar, yes. Don't judge me. You never know when you need a couple extra nuggets of knowledge. Or if you just want to access the loads down in like one link. That's mainly what I use it for. Or you never know. You never know. Yeah, the once in like every 8 blue moons that someone comes to the house and asks, what the fuck am I playing? And I go like, this is Final Fantasy XIV, and here's how you play it. Everyone's here? Good. Let's get started, shall we? And as the name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out, we'll use Chessamile's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under caves, so you are likely to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have 6 lures for you for each ring and free room. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Somnus. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with me. She's really strong too, so she will keep you safe. I just realized that she's just about the same age as them. Without further ado, then let the contest begin. Okay. So I have 3, and they have to all be near... Well, they don't have to all be near buildings, but to get the most amount, they will be all near buildings. So this one over here will not work out. And yes, I will do this honest to God's competition. It's very similar to the Heian competition, although I didn't read the requisites for how to win Heian's competition, and just simply placed them willy-nilly wherever the closest. Here with Alize's competition, I will endeavor to win. So near buildings it is. 3 of them. Perfect. Yeah, it's world dialogue, so it's easy to miss. It's easy to lose after the case, but teaching them how to AoE early, I should say. Let's see, so that doesn't have a building next to it. I don't believe that does either, although I'll check if there's a building around here. Possibly. There's watchtowers. It's not near enough for my comfort, unfortunately. Let's hunt somewhere else. Actually, the one over here near the fishing docks, that's probably next to a building. That will probably do. That's probably next to a building, I say. But I don't know if it actually is, considering where it's pointing us. Maybe? I'll keep this as a note in mind, but, maybe? Maybe that's close enough to the building to, warrant
that, but let's check the last two places. And we'll just gauge from there. This might be good, actually. Keep this as a note. We'll check the last location. But I don't believe the last location is actually close enough to a building anyway. Doesn't look it. There's no buildings around here as far as I can see. I'm starting to appropriate the accent. No! I really am, actually. Fuck. I'm actually surprised it took me this long to start to appropriate the accent almost properly. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is definitely good enough. Come! Arise, Kage Lucians! We both did an Abyssal Drain at the same time. We both did a Quietus at the same time. Alright, I think the ideal amount actually is 9. I believe the ideal amount is 3 for every spawn, so... Whatever way it is, it's a fun little challenge, isn't it? Let's hope that 3 spawn from here, so I can get the ideal amount of fangs. Yes, indeed. Awesome. We are way better than Alize in every way conceivable. Ian's better than us, though. Where's my Ardwin minion? Why isn't he open? He's right there. Why isn't he open? So I'm actually gonna change the minion from Ardbert to Video maybe? I don't know. 2 Campfire. A watermelon. Tinkerbell? None. None is a good option as well. Oh, I forgot I had the Amaro Hatchling. Let's get the pot out, actually. You can have a pod minion, yes. I'm not Lizzie, so I don't have 2B hair and I can't put on the 2B cosplay, but that'll be good enough. Actually, I should probably get rid of the minion, actually, now that you think of it. Because then it'll be easier to target the NPCs. I already ran into a couple problems accidentally targeting Ardbert. When I'm trying to target like Alphino or someone like that, so I think it's just better to not have a minion. Alright, I'll dismiss my minion once we land. Where's Pot? There it is. Dismissed! Hi, Irene. Well fought, Summers. The children were hanging on your every move. As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally, you may see your thanks for good measure. Apologies for the wait. My fangs, right about home, even if I do so myself. Seven fangs from Alize. Which means that victory goes to Somnus, who collected 9. It seems you found a better spot for the lures. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed, but you're still within reach. I'll get the better of you next time. So, children, you've seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our gods are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Good. If you're going to set an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Summers, and train hard. Keep at it for long enough, and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were listening with everyone when Artburn appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to Crystarium. Fuck. The Sin Eaters killed my father and sister, see, and I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. Like Artburn said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as the new Warriors of Light. And what about you, Alkia? Me? To be honest, I'm not sure what I want to do. But if my friends are in trouble, I know what I want to do to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them. See the world together. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star tower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost, that I had to go out there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it. I understand how Arkil feels. The star shower didn't awaken me to Hydaelyn's voice, but that vision of the final days, of Emerald burning, it filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made. It felt as though long-forgotten memories were dancing at the edges of my mind, but when I tried to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured, and have no intention of donning an Ascian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around, lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Irene and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it that their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Oh god. Oh, what's wrong? It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little hard to beat you. I'm fine now, not to worry. I'll see you soon. As you ponder Alize's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. This is an unnecessary amount of stairs. But then again, this is an unnecessarily high platform.
am I... Was it you who called me here? So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Give back Artbert's body.
What fool would relinquish his weapon on the eve of battle? That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness, and I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emet-Selch. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Hypheldeus called me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed.
Unharmed, you say?
This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the Tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith. Such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
The fates seem determined not to allow us a quiet moment. But come, let us have the details from Moon. It happened after Isaiah and I saw the children back to Spagarix. We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He'd been shadowing Elizabeth around the realm, when we lose sight of him near the Crystarium. And he was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumpled to the ground. The Chirurgeons are lurking after him now, with Alphino standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at the etc. told me where to look. Well, it cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing with to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagarix. Wee, going the fast way. Ouch. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be saying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's ether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. And all this happened without warning. Not
Not exactly. You would doubtless recall the time Rio J nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. And his water-walking charm failed. He was tired, and were you? And as were you when you got back. We're both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. In fact, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there was no actual fainting until now. As often observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Samus, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Cryo about her plan. If she has any concerns, you should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. But the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, and other sort of thing. All of which serves rather conveniently to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these black-clad strangers are Asians? I do, and I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on me and mine. Gods know, I've been itching to get out there for a while. Mayhap J2 can be prevailed upon to join in on your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Lug and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news. You'll do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you are needed. Elfno and I will find Urian J. All being well, we have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Samus. Okay, I know I've only been back for a little bit, but I'm taking another break, I'm sorry. Food is ready now, so I'm actually gonna go eat. Like, actually, I just took a shower before, so, which makes sense, I guess. I don't know, I'm going. I'm going. Won't be for too long, hopefully. Like, 30 minutes max. Okay, 20 minutes. That's exactly what I expected, actually. I'm good at this. Okay, let's go. Moderna. That's where Tataru is. We're just gonna barrel right through this because 5.3 is a big ass patch, and there's gonna be a lot of hours ahead of us, and we have already a 9-hour stream. So... yeah. But yeah, 5.3 is a big ass patch. Of which we are in right now. This is a really big patch. It is probably more than 3 hours long. Which would prove detrimental in the YouTube level of this, but I'll cut it at 11 hours. If it gets to that. Hopefully it doesn't. Sonus! What excellent, I mean awful timing! You see, our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Cryo's hardly had a moment's rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry, so she's been keeping it quiet. But listen to me. I call myself a receptionist and I haven't even bothered to ask why you're here. So they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon? And I want to make sure there are no problems on this end? You better talk to Cryo. She's with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright? Well.
Excuse us. This way.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning,
things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
What news from the first? Anchor collapsed. I see. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and mind has weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I will be able to quell the fluctuations in the ether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon elegant wisdom, we can do worse than consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients. Oh, Samus, can you spare a moment? While Cryo goes and finds this expert of hers, There's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see, and since we've been waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so now I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there. Well, I'd better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence. I really could just mount up here, couldn't I? I am so used to just walking everywhere in the Crystarium that I've completely forgotten the idea of mounting in a city zone. There you are, Samus. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Cryo, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Asgardian restoration. And in the course of all of this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit, so I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven even as we speak. Shouldn't be long now. There, baked to perfection, if I do say so myself. It's bread. Oh, but not just any old bread. This here is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. It's what they eat all over in Charlian. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Cryo tells me it's a good source of ether, so it should lend them a bit of strength at least. There truly is nothing like the smell of bread fresh from the oven. Cryo! And if it isn't Rembrose, too! I trust you require no introductions either, Somnus. Greetings, my friend! Well, glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to sustain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain alien technologies. I've been keeping Rembrose apprised of of events in the First. Suffice to say, he knows about the exile. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons. Though, as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement. Memory transference has the sole province of Algan royalty. Its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to even come here, empty-handed as I am, yet being rather brazenly to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to a comrade. Tell him. Tell him that we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remain behind have yet to play our part, but when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so. And then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and that he should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but do you say it was to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back? That is for a friend to decide. But either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Well, there you have it, Somnus. If you would be so good as to see Rembrose's message and toss his bread to our intended recipients, along with my report, of course. Kyle, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try, just to make sure everything's as it should be? Oh, but of course. I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Excuse me, Rembrose? As far as Charlian, may I trouble you for your opinion? Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of rowanberry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. It's good to know that Rembrose, at his hulking 7'10", eats his bread like a 12-year-old. Oh, is that bad? It is indeed, Tatu. Dense and unpleasant. Exactly as it should be. Just so. The very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world, but our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlian, the majority regard food as a sort of source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those few who actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was going against such a gastronomic landscape that what is now called the Archon loaf was born. The creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nearly a care for those qualities that make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. Yet, for its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied, and being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought that I might have forgotten the taste, but now
It's all too familiar. It takes me back. If there is enough, perhaps you could spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it. Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll make sure to wrap up an extra slice. Sons, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them that we're doing everything we can and we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. Deliver the Archon loaf to the Crystal Exarch in the Ocular. Let's go. It's not immediate teleportation to the Ocular, but at least it's not as bad as the Waking Sands. It's about the same distance, actually. Not actually. From the Aephorite to the Ocular, it's actually like way shorter. But from the gates to the Ocular, it's about the same distance, I believe. I don't know, it's been a while. Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey? Here's Archon loaf. By the 12 Archon loaf. However did you come by this? I swear it had come straight from Kashalian. Tatru baked it. So, bro said that, did he? His words are very nearly as heavy as the bread. But I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it. But I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as yourself did when faced with a similar predicament. So I ask that you have faith in me in what we do. So, we are talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not begun the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconductive they are to conversation.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Not good. I'm sorry, but things have taken a turn for the worse.
Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allegan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works, we shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Though not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
Well, think about it this way. Considering his current state, considering the fact that like 80% of his body is Crystal Tower now, especially after lopping up chunks of his own flesh and making those crystals, you know, it would be well worth the risk, all things considered. As foul souls, I would speak with thee on the matter of the exarch's mooted. I cannot speak. Why the fuck did you skip my dialogue? I would speak with thee on the matter of the exarch's mooted return to the source. Thou wilt have observed that our friend spake not of uncertainties, yet if Beck Blood hath the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcomes of his plan with some confidence. And it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the exarch's soul
should successfully merge with that of his younger self. Which is to say the process is not without complications. Which is not to say the process is without complications. For one, the Exarch have been subjected to an additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought a change in his ethereal composition. As Val myself did demonstrate in merging with Arthur. However, there exists an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its form of flesh. 'Tis a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century, our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm, to deliver thee. And to that singular end, they cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the crystal Exarch. Henceforth none can say what your friends will be, but I thought it only right that thou may be made aware of these truths. Spoken like a true poet, Orion J. I could not understand a wink of it. Anyways. Right then. Well, the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his lot of death. I love your wit, Vankrit, but I don't think this was the time to make me laugh. I'm sorry. Well, the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task. It seems only fair that we attend to our own. You move Elizabeth and his minions. Just so. And there's one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, each store should not be left alone at an either. Might I trouble you to visit her, Zornus? See that all's well? I would go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. Yes. My thanks. You may leave the Ascians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yoma, and then restore. And when your store has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for an item, I suggest you go via Venmo Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let's be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Wait, I have a delivery from the Source Kupo! Courtesy of one Tataru Taru! You're a long way from home, Moogle. And this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? I like how it literally plays the Moogle sound effect as well. Archon loaf, thou sayest? Why, even to hear the name doth transport me back to times long past. Bread from another world. May I try some? Mayest thou, child? Thou must! That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Orion J actually likes this shit, okay. To be fair, he is a hipster in almost every way. So... wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the stadium. Indeed, a slice was never far from Pierce's hands. Ah, rich kids. Alpha, no, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes, you know that. You are literally from the same house! What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tataru will do our best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Yep. Right, let's really be off now. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. He's so freaking... Off you go, Alfie. He's still there thinking, like, am I really that bad? Am I really that much of a brat? He wasn't even paying attention to what Fangred and Alize said. I had to speak up and remind him, hey yo, they were leaving one out here. He's like, oh shit. That's cute. So cute. And it was flying tank. Alright. I want to see waifu. Take me to waifu. To see! She is down. Red alert. You.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone. None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Here we go.
It fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No, I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask. Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Go. You gotta save waifu after all.
I don't think it's a dungeon, buddy. It doesn't need this intensive music. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered emerald. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. I tire of your games. You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy, and you are mine. Our goals are in conflict, and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it. Very well. Let us change the cast of this trouble. You will know what you have stolen from us. But do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. Forward, hero! We shall see how strong you have become! Let us begin. Rest assured there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of his tale. And I believe I have the perfect subjects. Let the appearance not stay your hand. Beneath the facade they are merely monsters. All too easy, I see. But at least you understand the rules. Thus will we make our way to the capital. That was in poor taste even for you. But appearances should unsettle you so. I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way. Sparing nearly a thought of the possibility that your foe could be someone's beloved. But come. We shouldn't dwell in the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them and claim your place as a hero. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Well done. Onward then, over the bloody bodies of the fallen. tasted many sweet triumphs, yes? But so too did you face bitter tragedy. Who could forget the Crystal Braves, that idealistic, pathetic dream born from a malformed creature? Faces you know and loathe, all. Let your hatred burn, and strike them down with all your might. With such ease yet again, you did always grow stronger with every battle. Seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you. Oh, mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters now. I have dealt with countless heroes, and it always ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs, and fight for them with all my being. You're wrong. We can always strive for understanding, for compromise. How very naive. If you are willing to compromise on your beliefs, you all but admit that they are flawed. And I assure you I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as a Elidibus. But enough talk. It is not your assertions that I wish to know, but your strength. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled to the snow-slept fields of Kurthus. Had you and the Scions met your demise that day in the Sultanate, La Habrea might have been spared his. But not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragonsong War. Swept alongside by the tide of events, you pursued a slew of those who sought to stop the unending conflict, just as you were bid. Or was it thirst for vengeance that drove you?
Impossible!
I trust you are beginning to limber up. You keep up the fine form. Do keep up the fine form. Around heroes, people are wont to flock. People who harbor all men of motives, each baser than the last. Come, let the curtains rise on the grand melee!
Those take you. Damn it all.
No more than they deserve. And the hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragonsong War. There is no saving your comrade this time. All you can do is cut off the serpent's head. was that 1,000-year war's brought to its conclusion. But every end marks a new beginning, and for heroes such as you, there's only ever conflict. How are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you'd harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Never mind. We are not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Emperor Solus has rekindled an insatiable flame. Golemon is its name, and it raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Following the trail of ash, you set forth for El Amigo and Doma into a storm of blood. And again you fought, and then again you grew stronger. So strong that we could no longer control you. Yours is an unnatural, beastly strength, and we shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation effort, you journeyed to the far eastern plains. There you encountered the land's greatest warriors, and sought to win them over to your cause. The strong are drawn to the strong. Thus did you gather new allies to your banner. Yet where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way you consigned those around you to the flames. Burn them all, hero! Reduce them to nothingness like the ephemeral morning dew they are.
Forgive me. I cannot fail. Not again.
You do not hesitate. Perhaps good not. No matter. Let us turn our attention to the finale. Here we have a test between fellow beasts. It is only fitting that you not agree. When I fought you in the flesh, it was I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? My creation appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. Come, we continue this within. Impressive show of strength. Surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emmett Silk's conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fairer measure, to compare like with like. Yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Somnus! Show me what you can do. Defeat Ardbert. I may not be the real Ardbert, but you would do well not to underestimate all that made him the warrior he was, every battle he waged, every blow strung. So come, fight me like you mean to take my head. Good, good. I sense your murderous intent. Aye, you've killed and given a chance. Now do you think to recover this body? If so, prove that it's of no use to me. Prove that I can't best you with it. Come, come at me with everything you've got. Did he just heal himself? You know, it would make perfect sense for the warrior. Warriors have amazing self-heal ability. Different beast from when you faced my creations. Very well. I shall transcend my very limits and see what you're truly capable of. Hold nothing back, for neither will I. My answer.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation-building.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, Warrior of Darkness?
It has been an eventful morning. If indeed it is morning, I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I am gratified to see that my efforts at an antidote have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? I see. Then let us make for Yilmar at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Eludibus' parting threat, not least of all. Ah, but forgive me. It would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I will need to retrieve them from an antidote. With luck, the ethereal stream you traverse still lingers. I won't be long. A peculiar crystal. A peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4. Bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. You notice something else glinting up ahead. You find 3 more crystals lying on the floor. Though they differ in color and decoration, each is in identical shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends, embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life touches. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than our wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness, now and forevermore. There do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it would be wise to continue to search outside. Your instincts serve you true, and you discover another two crystals. As you reach out with your cautiousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. The voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather, too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, and decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will only be silence. We will deliver our star from its doom. This we swear, so please dry your tears. Whatever awaits you at the end of your search, it is plain you have yet to find it. How many did we find so far? 1, 4, 6, 8. I think we've seen 8 so far? Hold on. 6. Yeah, 8. 8 so far. Actually, it might tell us in... No, it doesn't tell us in key items. But we found 8. This would be 9, 10, and 11. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time has come. We shall rewrite laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. It is right. The tale of the crystals weave seems to near its end, but it's not over yet. Oh, this is crystal number 12. It's solely 12. Okay. With almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. True salvation is ours. It came at great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray that one day, that we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem that its voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Seems we have reached the number 13. Well, we meet again, my new old friend.
Hyphodeus. I see you've been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? As you have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the congregation, as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I am sure Emmett Selk won't mind. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I might give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emmett Selk? The promise to remember? You must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite with the wayward stars. I mentioned before that there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiac summoning and defected. One whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Rather, shouldn't exist. It wouldn't. friend, not created one, in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with a magic of his own conceiving. A singular incantation embodying his spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was the most unusual. While the rest sat in Emerald, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of his duty, he traveled the length and breadth of every land, and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles too, of course, matters which he could simply have referred to the congregation, but that was not his way. Nay, more often than not, he would call upon his comrades, and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In the time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now it is where it belongs. Oh, and there's no need for thanks. But nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act on my own volition, or by the will of my recreator.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to. Is something troubling you? No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Ah, fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. And nor would I. Were I him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Silk sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Silk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps he might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught, you of all people should know there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Right, no more musing. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Gilmore, yes? Let us hurry and join them. Gilmore. There it is.
It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiark, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Ascians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
The last time I heard that, something. Yes.
Another star shower.
Wait, is that... Amaranth?
Here, feel, think.
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
In the name of the light, I shall vanquish the darkness. I shall deliver the world from its doom.
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't! Ha!
They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium?
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then. To the airship!
Alright. Gotta take that airship to, away from here. Let's go down to the Hero's Gauntlet. Let's,
our fates are not yet sealed.
Instead, since we took these two in the last dungeon, so... This next dungeon is the Hero's Gauntlet. It is, an interesting dungeon. I will probably talk about it during the dungeon, so I ain't gonna talk about it now. And it is a dungeon. That is a Dragoon.
Damn it! Hang on to something!
We start at the beginning of the Hero's Gauntlet here. Let's turn up the music for a bit. Alright, we've gotta go! Just simply put, we gotta go! No airship, we gotta make the rest of the trek to Crystarium on foot. These are Spectral Warriors of Light. A Spectral Paladin, White Mage, Black Mage, that's a pretty typical standard party. And that is the but that is sort of the thesis behind the entire dungeon, is that we will be fighting Warriors of Light that Elizabeth is summoning. Oops, did I say that? I didn't think it was obviously, you know, if it weren't obvious already, it's Elizabeth doing this. What, the star shower and shit like that. But he's figured that him as the Warrior of Light of this world isn't enough. He has to take Warriors of Light of other worlds to try and take us out. Fitting, yes? And if you notice, the theme is a remix of every area theme in Shadowbringers. That's because, well, now that I mention that, well, the theory going on in your head is probably true. We are indeed going through the entirety of Norrant in this dungeon. We're starting off in Amarang. We actually technically started off in Perugia. We're starting off in Amarang.
You underestimate me!
Also, the lever of this, is very similar to Amarat in that the Star Shower is unique lever to this dungeon specifically. I believe in Amarat it's, also Star Shower. Either Star Shower or Final Days is the lever conditions of that dungeon. Ha! When I saw the airship come down, I had my suspicions, but it is you! Gun. Our friends in here. Look, our friends from Urtsuk. Be careful, yes? I have a silliest idea what's going on, but you best keep moving. Good caster. Magnus is even here. Just when I think there's a commotion. He's sending in Talos. Leon J, please rely to see that mortality.
I shall protect thee.
And yes, the classifications aren't all just one generic model. As you can see, there's a Rogan. Okay, you could see. There's a Rogan monk, a hero monk, and a Lalafell monk that we're fighting here. They're also dressed differently as well, all of them. Not completely differently, but pretty uniquely. Like, this paladin is different from the paladin we fought at the start. He has a different helmet on, in that he has a helmet on. And, the monk here is female. They also got a dragoon out here.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, they took out the Talos. Oh, no. And if you're wondering, you can actually wear the armor they are wearing. You get that armor from this dungeon, I believe, actually. But even if not, yeah. Even if not, I believe some of their armor is sourced from other dungeons as well. I'm pretty sure most, if not all of them, are using armor for this dungeon. Luckily, we chanced to see and be testing the Talos. Bomb! That's again. Well, it's back to the workshop for this lot. Yashtola says, this one's ether shines bright, a foe to be reckoned with. Urianja responds, thou was no ordinary hero, whence he doth arrow. Like a gust of wind, I shall sweep away a pall of darkness. And of course, since we are the warriors of darkness, they are convinced that they have to defeat us. So the thief here, or the ninja, oh fuck. He has moving AoEs. So he sets up an AoE and that moves. You have to adjust accordingly to his movements.
My time has not yet come.
Chicken knife on chicken knife. So we have to stay away from where he's going to dash towards. As you can see, you can also double his AoEs with Winston. Funny how they call him a spectral thief, even though he takes more from the ninja job with Shikuki and Winston and whatnot, but, you know? Who's to really say? I think they're actually, all the bosses are actually based off of distorted versions of jobs that we have available to us. As in, they're not jobs that we can actually play, but we have equivalents to it. Like, for example, the thief here, we obviously have the ninja as an equivalent here. But those that, our knife wielding jobs are the rogue and the ninja. We don't have a thief job. So So this guy is a thief instead of a rogue ranger.
Here we go!
But I mean, he does take more from being a ninja. The other two jobs, the other two bosses that we'll see in the dungeon are nothing like this. You can only assume what job they take from, but they are very different than whatever you think that is. As opposed to Future, which is very literally just ninja. I mean, it's obvious, but the other two, not so much. I suppose the corner should work.
This is going to leave a mark!
There you go. When will you learn to call your lovely branch when you're in trouble? But for now, onward. Fail is helping us out. And now we are in an indescript part of Ilmeg. I mean, you could assume this is Lydia, I guess, considering its resemblance with the architecture and whatnot, but if you see the surroundings, or pay attention to the surroundings, clearly it isn't Lydia. Because it does not hold the same geography around here. Very easily could be. Just like another part of Lydia. But actually, hold on. I believe it is different because no mage here. Instead of going to Longmere Lake, which is the lake of Castle. We actually probably can determine where we are determined by where the castle is in military. In relation to where we are, so we'll probably figure that out. There's no castle here is what I'm trying to say. The castle is somewhere else. I don't know where the castle is, but yeah. Oh, we meet again! Let's see, and then such a festive occasion besides. Let us revel, my friends! Fun. Remember the annoying frog mechanic that this guy and a lot of other people have. Whoa! There we go. Now other warriors of light have to deal with it. Ah! We're beating up frogs. The frogs might actually do more damage to me than anything, but I do not know. You'd be glad, by the way, that a lot of their spell functions don't function the same way as when we wield them. Like, when the white mage uses Holy, we don't get stunned. Be glad about that. I believe, at least. I mean, they already have different spell names anyways.
Gloves are off.
Just because it's implied that the jobs that we play are actually totally unique in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Like, no other Dark Knight is going to operate the same way I'm operating, actually. Strange as it may sound. I know. But yeah. I mean, it's only obvious considering that Yashtola's Black Mage works nothing like our Black Mage. Or Urianjay's Astrologian has more in common with Gambler than Astrologian. There's a Tupac Amaro! Pet. Let's go. Where is the castle, actually? It's nowhere to be seen. I guess we're in Handmere Lake, actually. If it makes sense. And then that all the way over there is only proper. It's always cool enough to do a double pull. Come, my lovelies, come and join the fun. Oh! I thought the lovelies here were enemies, but indeed they are not. Lovely.
I'll show you.
I will not hold back.
After this dungeon, I might have to restart the thing as well. We're nearing on 11 hours, which actually fucking terrifies me. But we are nearing on 11 hours. That means we are nearing on 12 hours in actuality. Since I spent my whole day on this. Our second boss is a necromancer. You probably would have guessed that that this is a spoof off of White Mage. Obviously. But yeah. There's also a clear reference to Edna from the hard mode version of I believe. Oh god, now I actually forgot the name of it. The dungeon. But it's also Houses, that's barely a spoiler too, by the way. So we stack these together, supposedly. The bigger truth is that we drop them and then we run away from them. Because, yeah, she pulls a dig dug and blows them up and they explode. They're also zombies. I think I should have said that first. That they're zombies and that she raised them from the dead. But yeah. And she's about to do it again. But this time the tether's a little different because this time the zombies cling on to us. We can't move. So we have to deal with the subsequent explosion. I guess 2 of those might kill us. Indeed they do. Battle is going at pace, I should say. By the way. But then again, I don't know about whether or not I'm used to killing this thing too quickly or not. In contrasting by reference, the first boss took forever. So, respect to feet. So the idea here is to plop the first feathers onto the ground. Like so. Run away. And hope that the dead body clinging onto me right now isn't... Can't you be any farther from this? Man. This is going on too quickly. Like, suspiciously quickly. I mean, very suspiciously quickly. A picture piston magic and Prisco, secret passage to Lakeland. Alright. Thank you. And the last area, Lakeland. The backside of the Crystarium, actually. I believe. Which is what Crystarium is still in view, but we don't actually recognize the geography of this place. And who to help us but the role quest NPCs. The role quest NPCs are helping us. We have the caster and healer one helping us right now. So and then later on we'll see the rest of them. So tank and the physical DPS one. But why did I blank on that? By the way, the caster DPS one is different than the one that we see on the cutscene. That's because they are a joint unit. There's two of them. There's Tainer, who appeared in our cutscene when I called upon him, and Sirik over here, the other character that you see in the caster quests. There's more to it. There's Lurik, who is our physical DPS guy, and Ransom, our tank. And they're all here to help now. By the way, funny piece of dialogue. Yacht just called Lurik a catboy because that's what he is. And Lurik is like, "What? You take me for a craven?" To be fair, it maybe thought that he is more insulted by Yacht insulting Lurik's skill with the bow. But I, for one, think that it's because he's being called a catboy. So, I mean, obviously. Will he show up? Will he? Yes! Okay, Stoss, you're not gonna understand who the fuck this is or why it's important or significant or at all. But, you ought to recognize him, Patrick. Do you recognize him? Yikes! He's being covered up! Hold on. Do you see him? He's being covered up in a shit ton of explosions right now. Let's clean the area up a little bit so you can see him. Die already! Come on, I want to show the guy. I didn't think he would show up here, I'll be honest. He only has a chance of showing up, so I was actually scared he couldn't. If you don't notice him yet, then you are blind. Which I suppose you literally are, I guess, because he needs glasses anyway. Yeah, you recognize him? You should! He was the only part of A Realm Reborn that you actually fucking liked! Yeah. I don't know why he's here either, but I mean, I guess that canonically makes him a Warrior of Light, so I will probably be watching this with you, I'll be honest, so I'll probably, if you haven't figured it out yet, then I'll probably tell you then. But, anyways, Paladin is using Passage of Arms, the wing abilities that protects the other guys. So to counter it, Yacht is doing. That right there was a punch, by the way. All that was just a punch. So I am disappointed, by the way, because it's not like Gimlet Dark at all, where it would be a different NPC every time who's doing the limit break. No, this time it's only Yacht. Only Yacht can do that, and only Yacht does do that in the dungeon. Which is a shame, because they could have done what they did in Gimlet Dark, which is to let any one of these guest NPCs do their own little limit break thing. But I guess when you consider that 2 of them are bow users, it wouldn't be too interesting now, would it? Now, to be fair, the warrior punched. So, the axe user punched. So, I don't know. Could have done something. Anyways, here's the big guy. Final boss of Les Donjons. Distant Ideal, Spectral Berserker. So this is a combination twisted form of Dark Knight and Warrior. So yeah, and he's also ginormous. So double neat. Hurt me. He's gonna hurt me lots. He's gonna hurt everyone lots. That's the big hurt one move, I think. Raging Slice. Because obviously. Yeah, I think he's supposed to take more traits from Warrior than Dark Knight. In all honesty, I think the only trait from Dark Knight he has is the giant-ass sword. Which, in all fairness, could easily be a Warrior thing, so... Alright, this is important to understand. Everybody has a stack marker. If you stack with another person, it dies. What you have to do is stack with the rubble. Instead. Have the rubble serve as your damage sponge. Because, again, if you stack with another person, you die. You have to go into this. We can't stay in this for too long, though, unfortunately, because it'll turn us berserk, and the berserk status normally isn't too good. I mean, sometimes it's good. Sometimes you like it when you hit things indiscriminately. But in this case, considering that you have a 3 in 4 chance of hitting someone who is very important, and 1 in 4 chance of hitting someone extremely important, you don't want to be berserk here. That being said, you do have a buffer of about 8 stacks. Or the equivalent of 8 seconds to be on there. So I think I'll do in the room if you stay in there for a little longer than you might be comfortable with. But I've been into many a party where someone gets berserk, kills the healer, and that's the run. It's kaput. You know, it's done at that point. Alright, now I'm just kind of waiting until this guy dies, because I don't really have much else to say about this guy.
I will not hold back. Marshal, give me strength.
Too little, too late there, Rain. Way too little, too late. Okay, I am just shy of 11 hours, and I think the next sequence of events will be way more than an hour. So I'm actually gonna cut the... I'm not gonna cut the stream early, but I will cut the VOD early. Separate this with another stream, so I'm going to stop streaming and change the name, so just for archival reasons, and then we'll start again in like a minute.